It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
EMEA is without a doubt the most decorated region in the world. Home to trailblazers of the past, legends of the present, and heroes of the future. At the start of the year, 86 teams from across all 9 Challenger EMEA leagues started their battle, all with the ambition that one day they'll be able to compete amongst the best, to stand where legends have stood before them and be considered equals, to compete in VCT EMEA.
And all these teams did have that goal in common, but all had different journeys. Some failed, some defied expectations, but some really stood out. Out of the 86 teams, 10 now only remain, closer than ever to their goal. But this is where the real fight begins, because you've defied expectations and now you stand alongside the fiercest competitors all corners of EMEA has to offer. You may all be strong, but only one is worthy of Ascension.
To the challenge, ascending to claim their place amongst the elite. The journey to VCT EMEA has begun.
Hello and welcome to the first day of VCT Ascension EMEA. Today, 10 teams are going to start their battle to ascend into the promised land, which is VCT EMEA. I'm Ginny, your host for this week, joined on the desk by some familiar talent, but we also have Tux joining us all the way from MENA. Hello, welcome.
We are here again, and thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here again with Falcons. Hopefully, they will this time leave their fingerprint in EMEA.
I smell the copium.
Listen, I think it's fine. We have a variety of copium coming our way, and it makes me quite happy to, see what Falcons can do. They look promising, what we've seen so far, but the international competition, it's a different battlefield, Tux.
It's different. This is the first time we're going to see these teams competing against each other.
Yeah, we're going to head into that, but first, let's do a little bit of an explainer. We have 10 teams in total, and they're both going to be split into two groups. We have Group A and Group B. You're going to be playing a best of 3, and the top 2 of each group are going to move forward into playoffs, which is a little bit further in the future. But if that didn't make any sense, probably my fault. We have Genie 2.0 ready for a better explanation.
VCT Ascension EMEA is right around the corner. Get ready for an inside look at the format that will determine our new VCT EMEA team. This year, we are introducing play-ins, providing a golden opportunity for a 10th team to join the rank of the top 9 teams from our Challengers Leagues. The stakes are high for those teams that finish second in their respective Challengers Leagues as they earn their spot in the play-ins. Divided into 3 groups, these teams will play a best-of-1 single round-robin format to showcase their abilities. Those that prove their worth in each group will move on to the semi-finals, and those who finish second will have one last chance in another round-robin best-of-1 to reach the play-ins knockout stage. In the end, only one team will emerge victorious and open the gates to the group stage of Ascension. The stage is now set. It's time for the 10 best EMEA Challengers team to battle for Ascension. From June the 30th to July the 4th, the top 10 EMEA Challengers teams sorted into 2 groups will be ready to embark on a fierce best-of-3 single round-robin battle. Only the top 2 teams from each group will advance, moving one step closer to the ultimate goal of securing a spot in next year's VCT EMEA. From July 13th to 16th, the live action will return to Berlin Messe, where the teams will clash in a double elimination bracket looking to reach the grand finals and make history in our Coliseum. Don't miss your chance to support your region as they strive to make their way into the VCT EMEA 2024. Follow us on socials to discover the latest broadcast updates.
It's not only new faces that we're witnessing at Ascension, it's also a new patch. 6.11 is the one that everything's going to be played on. And if you're not too familiar with the numbers, what they mean, or just don't pay attention to class, don't worry, we got you covered for that. Because weapons is the first topic that we got to talk about. And our beloved Shorty was, really taking a short stake here, because what we're seeing right here, price adjusted, double the price by now. That's already quite painful in the wallet. But most importantly, reserve ammo, okay, important, but not as important as the damage fall. That is quite critical, because you need to be a little bit closer to make those same fatal kills, which happened in the past. Could be the end of the shorty meta, but is the same happening with the Frenzy?
Well, I don't think so, even though the reduction that happened to the Frenzy is really, really critical in terms of the spray. Especially you have to control the Frenzy. I think it's more of a burst damage right now. You get those crosshair placements, play on the engagement meters, like you mentioned for the shorty as well. So I think those two weapons are still viable in a way, but you have to be smart about it.
Right, and being smart about it, same goes for ammunition at this point in time, because the reserve ammo was reduced from 90 to 60 and from 75 to 50. Basically a magazine less. We all know what that means in our ranked games, but the same is now going to happen on the competitive battlefield. Means that less spraying through the smokes, less destroying sage walls with the weapons themselves. We're going to see how that is going to change things. What definitely is changed is our wonderful chamber. The rendezvous is absolutely different, as the reduced weapon equip is now down to 0, as well as our trademark with a way bigger reach, and it arms way faster, so you're actually stunned. Most importantly, the Tour de Force actually is smart, as a as a bike race should be. 15% increase in that way. It shoots a little faster. It's not as slow as before, but it doesn't necessarily make the agent valuable.
Well, it makes the Tour de Force itself, having an operator with that kind of fire rate, is actually crucial. Let's be honest, these eco rounds, or anti-eco rounds, are very important. But moving into the eco rounds as well, let's talk about Viper more. Viper had a very huge change. That is second difference by the reduction of regeneration that it had. It will help you only by anchoring side, on defender side, but it won't help you on retakes. You have to really, really use it very wisely, not like before.
And talking about using it wisely, there was one map where you needed to use it wisely, and that is Pearl. And this thing got an overhaul that is finally not making the BGO Simulator 2023. Most importantly, the ramp has been changed, so you're not sliding up and down like you're somewhere in Hampton and having a good time on your skis. Moving on a little bit further with further patches, we've also seen that the site has changed quite dramatically, as one of the pillars have been moved, as we're taking a look at our second slide in just a second, as obviously you can hide much better behind that now, Tux.
It gives you more space for sure, yes, but I don't think it will be as much effective, since you actually need to work with your teammates more on ground. But let's talk about the next slide, which is the cubby. The new cubby that got added, the amount of crossfires you can have there is insane. You can actually defend the site properly right now.
Absolutely. I mean, you really need to clear it out, need to use some utility to get players out of the corner. And the final change, to take a look at that. Obviously, screens are now more differently usable. Way lower, so your operator can jump on top of that, whatever agent they pick. And that's it for Pearl. This is 6.11. A few changes here and there. If we're actually going to notice them, that is a bit of a different question.
Yeah, I think that's a very good addition.
Hi, I'm another addition.
The best edition.
Can we go?
No. See, that's why Tux is a favorite one. Anyways, we've kind of discussed already what changes have been made. We gave you guys a little bit of an insight in terms of how the teams have been split up into 2 groups. So let's bring up the groups and have a look at which ones might or might not be the easiest to compete in. I can tell you're very happy about the fact that CGN is in Group A.
Group A looks great because CGN is in it, but honestly, the most competitive group is that Group B, Tux.
It's for sure Group B. Like, if we're talking about Group A, we have Ascend and CGN. That's all the teams that I can see at Group A. When I look at the Group B, I have Apex, I have Kase, I have Focus, I have Gentlemates, and I also have Falcons, which is, of course, I'm supporting, right?
No bias. Not happening today. Well, we have 2 analysts, which also means that we have a total of 2 brain cells on the desk today. Both of them belonging to Tux, none to Zesht, but still, we're going to try and get them to use it so we can make... You're going to let him borrow one? Great. Okay, you guys can both use your individual brain cells to rank the teams that we're looking at today. We're going to start off with you, Zesht, down into the C tier. Which teams have you placed there?
So, in C tier, very early, we start with Saw and Desire. I think this is not the most surprising pick overall. I'm so sorry, Tux, putting Falcons in there. You know, it's not the most competitive region. They've been there for a while, but I still don't see overall that part of our VCL circuit being the strongest. Sorry, Tux.
Yeah, well, maybe it's not really clear right now, but we're gonna see today's match.
Yeah, well, Tux, you have the other brain cells, so your C tier, who did you put in there? Desire as well as Saw. I guess an overlap?
Yeah, I think it's very obvious. These teams are lacking experience. They're lacking the game plan and game approach for certain teams, especially them going against other regions. I think they will not be performing as much as in their league.
All right, next up is the B tier. We're going to start off with you against Zesh.
Yeah.
You put Focus in.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, what?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, a lot of people, especially the German crew, will not be happy about that. I think Focus can break out and make it into A. I'll tell you that much. But overall, I think one thing that we really need to put into account here is that they're exhausted from a play-in. They had to play. And you notice all the other teams had a lot more time preparing on who they're coming up against, whilst Focus had the tough one to go for a play-in, play a group stage, play playoffs, play a best of 5 again. It's tough, and I think this is the main reason for me why they might be weaker than they could actually be.
All right, do you agree, Tux, with placements in your... Let's have a look at your B list.
Yeah,
Peter.
let's look at my B list. I have a bunch of teams.
Gentlemates?
Okay, a lot of people would be surprised why Kase and Gentlemates are there. But if I'm talking about Kase, I think they had a lot of flaws in terms of their strategies. There might be, the longer the game is, they're easier to read. All right? And we're talking about Focus. I think their strategies are already out. They didn't have much time to prepare, like Vincent said.
All right,
okay,
fair.
so I would put them B tier, but I would agree they can go to the A tier. Talking about Gentlemates, I don't think they have that very difficult or more complicated structure. It's just very simple, but they just perfected that simple structure they had.
All right, up on the A tier.
Show me.
You got to send.
I got to send because I personally think this team is insanely good. This is why they're total to the left. But I think they just missed that slight bit on the end of perfection. They're really good. Don't get me wrong, I love that team, and I think they have some of the greatest individuals they could have picked. But at the same time, I believe there's just a slight bit missing to the teams that I put in S tier.
All right, A tier for you, Tux. Does it look similar? You got to send up there. So as Falcons.
Yeah, so as Falcons, because I actually believe that they can do it. You know, coming from this region, looking at how they performed in the grand finals against Riot, they actually are doing very well. But looking at Ascend, I think they are such a strong powerhouse. I don't think they might actually be an S tier for me in my POV, but talking about CGN, I think they have... Look,
tell them. Look there. Tell them.
I supported the
tell them.
League, all right? CGN have the most weird and most complicated strategies ever. They're so annoying to play against, and because they are so annoying, you're gonna make a lot of mistakes.
Blink twice if you're scared.
My boy.
All right, S tier, quick run through. We have CGN. I don't know why you did that. Apex, yes.
Yeah, I think that's
agree.
clear. That's clear.
See,
I have seen the light. I was a vivid CGN hater. I hated the composition and the playstyle, but I have seen the light.
All right.
And CGN is the weirdest thing you've ever witnessed. But I'm going to tell you, they have an identity, they have a soul, they figured things out on their own, and they're going to absorb every single enemy.
All right, the copium really is circulating through
Big
the air right now.
statements.
Absolutely. S tier for you was just Apex. I mean, not really much to say about that roster as well.
I think they're doing a great job.
It's an amazing team.
I think they're like a full package of a team.
Yes.
They are really connected. You hardly can see any throws in their rounds as well. Their utility usage are always in sync. And that's one of the most important parts in a game like Valorant, which depends on you to be fair, to take space, gain those informations, and they're perfect with that. And they don't take unnecessary duels, which I think very important in a game.
True.
Very important indeed. And Apex are going to have their first game up against Kase. This will be covered onto the B stream, so make sure you head over there. We have Munchables and Lyric ready to go over that game, and they'll do it justice. Us on the A stream, we're going to be going over Ascent up against Digital Athletics, so make sure you stick around because we'll be back shortly. All right.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to VCT Ascension EMEA. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Lyric as we head into day number 1. You're here joining us on the B stream. And Lyric, I think we all know what the B stands for. It stands for best stream.
Yeah, definitely does. And, you know, just great to be here, right? We're coming right off of, like, Masters being done and the run Fnatic had there. And now getting to see, I mean, just the first Ascension, right? And getting to see all the, like, local, homegrown EMEA talent get that shot. It's just so fun to be a part of.
It's great that you mentioned Fnatic just won EMEA best region in the world. We're going to be seeing which team is going to be the 11th team in the VCT, Fnatic's new opponent, if you will. And I think that's kind of poetic because our first matchup today is going to be Kase versus Apex. And Apex, I mean, it's 3/5 old Fnatic players.
Yeah, right? I mean, just a ton of name value on this roster, and it's why they're viewed as favorites, right? We saw the Analyst desk break that down in the pre-show, having people like Magnum, Mystic, Enzo, who are also tenured. Hell, even moving on to Shadow, who, you know, back in 21, part of FPX, and being rounded out by Kiko, young up-and-coming player. And you know, it feels like all these young kids coming up, they're always just such great aimers. It feels like Apex are just super well-rounded.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of the teams that inevitably everyone's going to be earmarking as one of the favorites for the whole tournament. But also, if you've been watching competitive Valorant in EMEA for a while, you're going to know most of the names on this roster already. There is some serious talent here. Looking forward to Enzo as well. The IGL here, the captain for the squad. See what he can cook up for us. But they're up against Kase today, who coming over from Spain and back-to-back champions in Spain. They have won the last 3 regional tournaments in Spain. They are the kings.
They really are. I mean, hell, they've been a part of the last 4, right? Yuri's been through with them through all of those times. Roxy's even been a part of a good majority of them. And then having people like Miniboot come in, who a lot of the Spanish casters believe is the best duelist outside of, you know, the Tier 1 VCT team. So I definitely think a lot of exciting players that the Spanish community has really hyped up, gotten behind, and honestly, a lot of these guys already have been around for a few years, showing their stuff in Tier 2.
Yeah, Miniboot, definitely a player to be watching out for. He turns 18 this year. Like, that kid's 17, and he's already absolutely popping off, turning heads, and making things interesting. I feel like, honestly, to start off the B stream, we have a hell of a matchup here. 2 teams that definitely have a lot to bring to the table. And speaking of, let's get straight into this series. Let's take a look at our map veto, because Lyric, I know a couple of the picks here surprised you a little.
Yeah, you know, kind of gonna come in, take a look, and this first man really shocking me a bit, banning out Bind. It isn't Apex's most comfortable map. We did see them drop that map in their own grand final, but you look like all year long where maps like Fracture just really haven't been anything that Apex has wanted to put up with, but will go through. Kase, of course, sticking with what has really been their permaban, not wanting to play on Pearl. Gonna take it off the board. I think that's really good because Apex, of course, love playing on Pearl, and especially with the Gecko. Always have some tricks up their sleeve.
I'm a little bit sad that we don't get Pearl in our first series, just with, you know, the Analyst desk already talking about the changes to Pearl coming on in B-Long, maybe being more contestable, less spammable, especially with the reduced ammunition in your rifles. We'll see if that comes in later on in the tournament. Starting off with Haven, though, and then into Fracture.
And that's what shocks me, right? Because hell, Apex haven't played Fracture since Split 1. I mean, we're going all the way back to March. It's the only time they played on it. It was a loss. But I guess showing with some more time under their belt coming into the event, you know, they probably have something up their sleeves, and I'm excited to see what that's going to be.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Haven, Fracture locked in, and then Ascent going to be banned away as well. And I have to say, I'm curious when it comes to Haven, when it comes to Fracture, these maps that really can give you a lot of creativity when it comes to the way that you lead your team. Roxy versus Enzo. I feel like we're going to have that kind of battle of the minds on these 2 maps, and looks like it will be Lotus to round us out as well.
Yeah, and I think all 3 maps, kind of tagging onto what you were saying, like give you some good options in the mid-round. And both Apex and Kase have shown that they're teams that are very willing to change their plans on the fly, kind of bait you out, get you to rotate all over the map before they decide what site they like to end on. So kind of cool. Going to get 2 of the 3 site maps coming through. Apex going to end that Lotus on the attack side. So going to have a lot of kind of aggressive options that they're able to play with. And overall, honestly, I don't really know what to expect because coming in, we said Apex were favorites, but with the fact that Kase do end up getting that fracture game, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get pushed to that third map, and then Lotus really does turn into the decider that we want to see.
Well, we'll see if we do go to the third map. I've got to be honest, Lyric. First series of Ascension, first ever Ascension. I really hope we get 3. I really hope we get an absolute stonker to kick us off. Apex coming in as a favorite, but I do think we got to talk about Kase coming in as somewhat of an underdog. Now, obviously, we haven't seen these regions play very recently, so that could all be wrong. That's just the sort of community expectation right now. But Kase, they're used to being underdogs. This is not a new thing. Back in their finals, they were the underdogs and managed to make that upset happen.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's crazy, right? Because you're a team that's been in, like, has gotten to 4 finals in the last 2 years, which is all the finals, have won 3 of them. But coming into Split 2 finals specifically, they were viewed a bit as favorites, right? They ended in first, but going into the first map of that finals, they were down 11-1 before they swapped sides, were able to find a comeback against Team Queso. And then, like you're saying, you go back even further to Split 1, that's when they weren't favorites. That's when they were viewed as underdogs going in. Were able to take down Team Queso once again, 3-1 in that series. And it doesn't really seem like it matters. Doesn't seem like whether they're a heavy favorite, they've had a great regular season or not, because they're also known for some slow starts, that it's the nerves are going to get to them. And I think that's really exciting to see when you are coming up against so many big name players.
Yeah, definitely. I think that this is a team that's going to be comfortable, and they're going to want to prove themselves, like, and prove their region as well. Remember, it's not just about, you know, at the end of the day, it's about getting to VCT, but it's also about representing your region on the European stage. You want to win every single map that you can. I want to focus in on a matchup here as well, Lyric, because we've got Kiko on Apex, who we already talked about, kind of young prospect, very exciting player, incredible on the first kill rates. And then on the other side, we've got Miniboo, who I can pretty much repeat all of those statements that I just said. Both of them Jet players. I feel like we could have a real like duel on our hands between our two duelists.
Oh, I definitely think so, right? I mean, Miniboo really has been like the essential piece to get things going for Kase. So good, especially on Haven. Used to play a bit of the Neon, has now brought out more of the Jet, and he's like a 50% first kill rate on the Jet, on Haven specifically, so that was going to be fun. Kiko, we've already seen so much of what he's able to do. And funnily enough, Munch, despite him still being a relatively like up-and-coming player, hell, me and you got a first taste of Kiko back at G-Loot, back when he was on Bonk under Bonkar, and they were playing in those qualifiers. Hell, they beat Parla in those qualifiers, and you know who we know went on to like push Navi to 5 games. So it's kind of nice now after, you know, this 6-7 months post that event, getting to see what he gets to do once again here.
Yeah, I feel like playing on Bonk is always like a rite of passage for coming players in Europe a lot of the time. I feel like there's a lot of players that have been on that roster. But yeah, excited to see what Kiko can do. And especially under the leadership of Enzo, with this like Fnatic core on Apex, you've got to believe that this is going to be a very well-structured team. We've seen it throughout Polaris, and you know, kind of the green carpet that they've had making it to this tournament. You expect them to do well. And Kiko, with that kind of leadership, with that veterancy alongside him, you expect him to develop very quickly as a player. Agent Select is ready, so I think we're about good to jump on in and figure out how this one's going to go down.
Yeah, so already seeing, I mean, Apex giving us the standard comp that you expect to see come out from them, and Kase leaning back on what we've seen them pivot to. Because again, they've kind of had a few different comps that they've tried out on Haven, but now liking to elect with the Harbor Viper, which has just been so fun since like Loud really have brought this into the meta. I think gives you really good, like strong potential like A hits and control of Garage with things like the High Tide able to come through. So not only going to get a clash of like different regions coming in here at Ascension, but also just different team compositions overall for this first map.
Yeah, the Swamp Cop coming out for Kase, as it's started to be colloquially called. Colloquially, is that? I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it's also probably not colloquial, realistically. It's been made on the internet. But Apex, like I say, fairly standard. But importantly, we do get Kiko Jet versus Miniboo Jet, which realistically, that was the main thing I wanted out of this Agent Select.
100% right, and seeing what they're going to be able to do. Once we get a bit further in, they start getting their hands on things like the operators and how much they can really take over. So we already know Apex starting out on defense will give Kase some nice options when you are running that Harbor. You know, Harbor, obviously at this point, notorious for how much more he's able to get down on the attack side compared to the defense. So on top of Mini Boo, and I think especially Roxy, how he can set him up, also going to have to keep our eyes on how Yuri's able to how much he's able to do on this Harbor.
Yeah, plenty of questions to be asked for our two teams as they come in the first series of the tournament. I want to quickly mention Shadow's Breach there as well, because if you've watched this team before, you've seen Shadow play Breach. He plays Breach in more than 50% of the games he's played professionally, and he has 3 times as many rounds on Breach than any other agent with over 4,500 rounds. He's got more rounds on Breach than most of you watching probably have rounds in the game period. So definitely watch out for his Breach. He's going to have plenty to show to the table. Here we go, though. 4 seconds, and the tournament finally begins.
We can already see Kase starting off towards C, which is one of the places I really like Harbor on this map. Being able to throw the high tide out just like that in Garage, give you ease of access into the site, but a lot of things to be done here.
Kiko starts it off strong, but instantly answered here. Oh no, it's happening. You can see the flood of defense coming in, but then a flood of water as well on the site. There's everything covered up, but I'll say, back it away for now.
Yeah, showing us that they are able to mid-round, they are able to go for these rotations and not just heavily overcommit to a site. We just still see Ease, though, just stuck in that covey on C. And, ooh, I wonder when Apex is actually going to catch on.
Apex think that they've gone all the way to A.
They're going to be able to get this done. We're going to see how patient they want to be, though, with this plant. You can see, though, some members of Apex, specifically Magnum, still aware that a C hit can come through.
Yeah, Magnum moving around. He's going to spot them on C along in a second. They must have realized at this point. There we go. Yuto comes down. You can see the Apex players sprinting across the map. 2 on either side. And Magnum starts it off strong as the retake begins.
Yeah.
I like how slow Apex are taking this so far. Let your kind of 2 units group up, get on the same page. The smoke comes out. And you even have some nice utility for Enzo to work with. Recon and 2 shock bolts.
Here we go. The attempt begins. Roxy stepping forward with that Sheriff. It's 2 for 1 so far. 2 versus 2 in the smoke here as they get onto the side. Swinging on out and taking heads. Roxy down. And it's Apex looking good at the 2v1. There we go. Outnumbering and dominating the first round.
Yeah, huge start coming out from Apex. And this is exactly what you'd expect from Apex, right? Very dominant, like we said, within their own region. If you actually hone in on all of Split 2 of Polaris, they actually had just under a 70% win rate of all their pistol rounds. Absolutely absurd, and we got to see here why. With shots like that from Kiko to start things off.
1 enemy remaining.
Fantastic stuff from Kiko. Very, very confident push. To start the round off. And I love that, especially on this map, right? Playing aggressively for information. You can't afford to lose control of the map early on in the game. But we'll see what Kase are going to do. I really like the creative round, though, that we get to see in round 1 from Kase.
And I think that the first round is even a good kind of showing of what Kase can do, because they're a team who I'd say can be pretty fast. Like, they're very bursty. They typically move as a unit and aren't that default heavy, but they are very quick at pulling the trigger on looking for possible rotations to other sites. So it can catch you off guard at just how many pace changes they can pull in around.
So far, reasonably slow pace on this one as they move into Garage. Magnum is going to spot everybody. There's one, the Bulldog, working wonders to start it off and actually getting away with that. I thought he was going to go down, but he moves out and gets Mini Boo as well. Magnum finding serious value in this game so far as Mystic chimes in too. And that's going to be the end of the eco, isn't it?
Yeah, I like what Kase tried to do here. You know, they're being a little bit cheeky, send Roxy towards A, bait Apex into thinking and fake them out towards Garage. But, I mean, when you have Magnum waiting in the wings, there just isn't anything you can get done, is there?
I mean, it always feels a little scary when you're the one with a Bulldog and you're taking a close range fight like that in Garage, but makes it work, finds his headshots. Definitely not messing about today. Shadow did go down, so at least a tiny bit of damage done, but with Yuri falling, it's a nice, easy second round. So now, Kase, they're going to have some guns, and it's time to see what they can do with some weaponry.
Yeah, definitely going to come into this third round with an advantage. Not the worst for Apex with having those three blue dogs ready to go, but like you said, just kind of swinging out, seeing if anyone's here, since no noise being made by Kase at that point in time. And so far, we've had a lot of leans towards C coming from the side of Kase, and funnily enough, they're going to keep it going into this third round. Maybe with the fact that Apex would expect a pivot to be able to come through is why they want to try this once again.
Using the Poison Cloud to threaten the cross, but nobody's even checking C right now. You can see Apex in Garage. They're committed to having info of the area, but the Harbor Wall comes on out, and that will be Kase getting control of site very early on in the round.
Makes sense for the side of Apex, right? When you're on your bonus, you have those worst guns, trying to be a little bit cheeky, overgroup somewhere, and hope you have the right read of where the hit's going to come through. But now, with bomb down and already getting some decent post-plant positions, so funnily enough, most of Kase are going to stay on sites. This is pretty aggressive.
Yeah, they don't want to let go of this one. Mini Boo at the back finds one, started off as it looks for a second, but Magnum coming up huge once again. And Apex just teared him to pieces. Killers was he was lurking towards mid, but now he's got to try and make the miracle happen at long range. Gets one, but one just ain't enough. And Apex, they're here to play.
Great job coordinating that rush onto the site. A little bit surprising from Kase. That's why I said pretty far forward post-plant positions, right? Typically, you'd maybe send another guy down towards long, especially since you have the perfect open plant for it. Sure, you keep maybe one or two members backside, someone posted for garage, but definitely would have been nice for the side of Kase to get someone else in another safe angle, because the short distance with those Bulldogs ended up paying off. And now Munch, we aren't even up coming out for Kiko. Round 4. Posted up towards A short.
I mean, this is the perfect round to do it, right? You're up against that eco. You can buffer up that economy. And now, Kase actually going for a play towards the A side. I'm pretty sure this is the first time we've seen it all game.
Yeah, this is the first time they're going for it. Trying to
Kiko's here. First time they come A and they're up against the operator in the hands of Kiko. That's just unlucky, isn't it?
They have no guns themselves to work with, at least close to getting some ults online, like Yuri being only 1 point away. Now Reckoning.
Magnum's found Mini Boo. He moves around in the middle of the map. Kiko just about gets out with his life, thanks to that cloud burst. And I was expecting Kase to try and explode onto the site there, but it looks like they are going to peel off. And we're seeing a very tempered pace from Kase so far this series.
Really trying to make Apex guess what they're doing, but Apex are just so drilled and so disciplined. That's one thing you could definitely see throughout both splits of their regional plays. Now Magnum, crosshair perfectly placed, Ease peeks into it and just gets brought down. 2 other members still here though.
Magnum just in complete control of the middle of the map, and he's going to have to do it again because in a 2v1 here on the B side. High Tide comes across, and he's hidden in the corner. They don't know he's here! He sneaks on through the waves! Oh, and it's a tidal wave, it's a tsunami crashing down onto Kase.
With no weaponry on the side of Kase, but still Apex winning with a bit of style, right? They convert the bonus around before, now able to bring it up to 4, but once again, we should get a buy round coming through, and hopefully this is where it can start getting a little bit close. And this is why Haven was one of the maps we expected to come through today. Not only just with the win rate that Apex had on it, but they even have dominant showings coming through. In their playoffs, a 13-3 and a 13-6 against teams like Focus and LPB. This just isn't really a map that anyone has shown they can keep up with on Apex so far.
So A hit once again from Kase with guns in hand, but Magnum is there. He's 11-1 on the map. As he retreats away from the site, full retake from Apex. They've given up position. How much more util is used by Kase, though? They finally, I think, realized that they've got the site.
Yeah, Apex electing to just give it up since they do have this lockdown available. We'll see if they stick the plant. Looks like they're going to. Just back off, try and get some nice post-plant positions now, but Geeko finds one.
Oh no, they've got the molly in there as well. Mini Boo, there's nowhere for him to go, and we've got Detain on Yuri as well. Surely will be found.
Poison's on.
Talise here on long. They did get the plant, but I mean, Magnum moves in. It looked, yeah, no, it was diffused. I couldn't tell there. It looked like it was, but then the top of the overlay didn't change. Yeah, okay. Diffuse comes in. Bit of a confusing one, but Apex, they're making this look easy.
And they're just showing how comfortable they are with like a plethora of different situations, right? Like we've seen them aggressively start on C, take those duels. We've seen the C retake come through when they were down in weaponry, and now seeing them, again, elect to play a retake on A since they did end up having that Killjoy lockdown. But at least now, Kase having some more ults to work with. Didn't end up using that Reckoning in the last round. Also having the Seekers online for Roxy. And this time going a lot faster towards
There we go. Those Seekers are out. Trailblazer alongside it. They're moving in as the shock dart's thrown just to try and buy some time and space. But the retreat has come on through. They've not found a pick as they float onto the site. But look at this. Instant reinforcements from Apex heading towards Heaven.
And we still have Recon Dart available for Enzo to get a bit of info down. One smoke up for Mystic to maybe get some control over short or long. And they're taking it really slow so far. He's just hoping people can find an opening pick.
Reckoning comes out as well from Yuri, but Magnum finds yet another one. Mini Boo on the scene, finally chiming in. Shadow turns it around. It's 3v3 on this site, but Apex don't look like they're giving up just yet. As in from Heaven, but Mini Boo finally making his name known on the server. Killis chimes in, and Kase get around on the board.
Finally getting a round win. Great pop-off from Mini Boo to pick up a few of those kills, but I especially love the patience coming out with some of the utility, right? We saw a fast hit to start us off with, Seekers coming out, aggressively trying to get on site, but I like that they hold the Harbor Reckoning, right? Buy a bit of time, use that one, and then we saw it really just hit Magnum in the face. He tries to swing out right as that Reckoning comes through, instantly gets taken down.
Yeah, it's so difficult to fight while that Reckoning is channeling, right? The stun's coming on down, on dodge and fight at the same time. That said, if you're accurate, you can still headshot through the stuns. Enzo has got an Odin, and he is chilling.
Take flight.
He's waiting. Going to use that drone to spot out players, and he will see the shoulder there. But he's spotted out as well.
Oh, and Kiko pushing far for some information. We'll see if he ends up finding Yuri.
There's one. The Odin coming up clutch for Roxy trades it. Kiko sneaking forwards. He's going to find one. Is that
He's a madman.
Kiko is unreal.
Here.
I can't believe he felt confident to push that far forward. Ends up finding it. So now we have 4v3 in favor of Apex. They're even angling around B as we speak, which is exactly where Kase so far are looking to end. Still have a bit of wiggle room to play with. There is 50 seconds on the clock.
And we talked at the start, Roxy and Enzo, the IGLs for the two teams. It's going to be a meeting of the minds, if you will, in terms of how to play out these three maps. I mean, Haven, Fracture, Lotus. You really do have a playground for IGLs, but it's a playground for Magnum so far. This game is C. Going to be the site selected here. 2 players strong as they move in to get this plant. The plant they will get, but can they actually defend it? It's going to be a tough one.
That's why we're seeing Ease have to be posted up and looking for a little bit more of an aggressive position, but gets caught out at least a 1-for-1, but now left in a 1v3 for Roxy.
And there we go. Kiko
didn't even have a
puts
chance.
one in him. I mean, this guy got an operator, what was it, 3 rounds ago, 4 rounds ago? He's just not stopped since, has he?
No, he's just been popping off. Even has those knives available now to be able to play with, as we're going to see in the replay. I mean, Kase once again trying to go with some aggression over towards A, but it was like the double pinch coming in at the same time, right? Enzo is in that aggressive position, posted in long, and then the push up short from Kiko. It was insane, but it got the job done.
It certainly was. It was, you know, squeaky bum time, we like to call it. But Kiko, not a single bit of fear in his heart. I don't know why I'm hyping up Kiko so much. He's had some pretty nice shots, but we've got to talk about Magnum. 14-3? We're in round 8. The man's on more than 2 kills a round. Actually, no, that's not true. I can't do maths. Oh, wait, no. He's on 2 kills a round because this is round 8. So there's been 7 so far. I can do maths.
And, you know, this side is really where Magnum has shined. The defense side on Haven, Magnum's first kill rate is 37%, which is just absurd to think about, but really shows that he's just the pillar of Apex's Haven in general. Really great play coming out from him, even 2 points off from that lockdown, just across the board. Almost all of Apex about to have those ults up, but at least for Kase, right? You have, I'd say, 3 very impactful ults on the board to use if you can get on a site, get what you should with the lockdown, get Viper's Pit down, maybe that's the recipe for being able to get a second on the board.
And we're getting to the point in the half where you really do have to get a couple of these rounds converted. You can see how much money Apex already have. Ultimate's available. Look at this, blasting out towards the A side. Control of long. But Enzo's like, oh, you're going to bring walls to the table? Well, I've got a machine gun.
The Odin Master here, even ready for more to come through. Probably gonna get pushed off for now with that Trailblazer coming out. We've already seen some rotates start to happen for the side of Apex. You even still have Magnum over towards that C site. He might be alone holding C in Garage, but if there's anything we've seen from his score line, is that he's the guy you can rely on to hold that site.
Oh, he certainly is. And I mean, you can see absolute control here. Mystic playing towards B. He's going to be that information player and hopefully can find a kill or two for himself as well. Kasse, you'd hope, can find a plant in this situation, but we'll have to wait and see. Lockdown going to come out towards A, perhaps hoping to pull Mystic out of his hole, but he ain't biting.
No, trying to just deceive them right now, but Hunter's Fury comes out to be able to deal with that. And now they can walk with waiting arms! Fights one, fights two!
He gets two. Anyway, Yuri comes on forward and just meets a wall of bullets. I mean, the lockdown comes on through. It's just instantly answered by the Hunter's Fury. And it feels like Apex have an answer for absolutely everything. They know exactly what Kasse brings to the table. 10 seconds, spike in the open, killers. It's a good headshot. Can he turn it into more? The round is definitely lost. But maybe he can deny some weaponry. No, Shadow finds him in the end. And it's 7 now on the board for Apex. I mean, what a showing. What a round.
They just can't be, mind game, Munch, right? The lockdown comes out to try to fake out a hit onto A, but holds his ground. And Apex across the board, I mean, they keep the positions that they were already looking for, knowing that a play can come out anywhere. And I think it's showing a lot that that Apex have done their homework on Kasse coming into this event and knowing that they're very willing at the last second to look for these rotations. Great stuff from Enzo.
Fantastic play so far. Question will be about whether or not they can keep it up, but it feels like if this is how they started. And remember, Kasse winning out their finals as an underdog. They've come back from bigger deficits than this one, but Ultimate's blasted across. But once again, Kasse immediately go for a rotation. 2 players on short towards A, and they've opened up the site. This is control now for Kasse. This should lead to a plan, but fast flank coming in from both Magnum and Mystic.
Yeah, looking to come in, but now with that Viper's Pit being down, it is going to become quite a bit harder for Apex to do anything. Have some utility to play with, specifically Shadow having all of his online. Might set them up for something.
Mystic pulls out his smoke just as Killers peaks. That's got to be the sign not to go for this one, right? If you're on the side of Apex, you're playing into the Viper's Pit, and you're already down 2 players. Surely the sign to retreat.
You know, they have enough money to play with to where if they did want to run it down,
True.
But at the same time, with the Viper's Pit there, I think it makes sense just staying, waiting to find some exits. Like, hell, Kasse's economy isn't that good still. So if you can take off a few of those guns and at least Kiko take that operator into the next, then I think you're feeling all right on the side of Apex.
Yeah, I'm sure they're feeling fine off of this round. That was a lot invested on the side of Kasse. As the Aftershock actually gets a kill onto Yuri. Like you said, looking for exit frags. They'll get 1. It's traded out, but like you say, Apex, they're doing okay for cash. They are flush. They're rolling into the club and they're buying bottles, let me tell you. I say let me tell you like I'm a guy that knows a lot about rolling into a club and buying bottles. Let's be honest. I'm a 31-year-old Brit that lives in Nottingham. I don't roll into clubs.
Here you are making, buying bottle references. I was going to, like, use an analogy about, I don't know, the game Monopoly. You're the guy who was rich enough to buy the blue spaces. I guess that just shows we're at different points of our life journey.
That should have been the reference I was going for. I love Monopoly. I mean, this is really sad, but when I was a teenager, I had a Facebook album of photos of me winning Monopoly. There was like 20+ photos in that album. I was a beast.
You know, I feel like right now Kiko's going to hope he's as much of a beast as you were back in your adolescence.
He needs to buy the orange spaces, that's what I'm saying. Get those train stations on board. They're taking a bit of public transport over towards the A site. By public transport, I mean their feet. Playing through long here with one player split. Reckoning comes across, but the whole gang's here from Apex, ready to fast flood in if they need to. Kiko's gonna turn around in the worst possible second. Ease knows somebody's there. Drops the volley. Shadows pushing it as well, but will actually be able to survive for now. Now finally taken down. 3v3. It's a tough one. Drone comes out to spot some info.
Still having that Odin to work with. Ooh, shock dart, even available. Not quite sure how much longer he has on that recon, but now he's by himself.
Well, they made short work of that one, didn't they? Managing to get onto the site. Feels like really good use of their ultimates so far this game. The Reckoning coming across hot space.
But that's been a key thing, right? Is now we've seen Kase able to pick up a few rounds, but it's relied on some of those pivotal ultimates, right? The Viper's pit before, the Reckoning coming into this one. A bit of unfortunate timing for Kiko turning around as he was starting to lurk his way out of short. Now a timeout going to come through for Apex. And I'm wondering what sort of adaptation they'll look to make, because again, it's not like there's even too much to check off the checklist of what has gone wrong so far. And especially going into the next round where you once again have that lockdown online, which means you can play heavier for retakes, you know, maybe overgroup a little bit more towards one side and then have that 1-2 push them out. Luckily for the side of Kase, you need an orb on Roxy, you know, an orb or a plan and a kill for Kiles to have his up as well. So this actually might be a good round that Kase is able to contend once again. And, you know, as long as you can at least get to 4 or get to 5, then, you know, the swap sides, if you win the pistol,
yeah,
you can easily turn that into a bonus win. And there we are, we're even.
It looks like it's still possible for Kase, but they need to finish this one out strong. You have to wonder, with the timeout there from Apex, perhaps just to try and halt momentum somewhat, figure out what's going wrong, figure out how to defend that A site a little bit better. Operator still online, rebought for Kiko. It's actually had a reasonably quiet game so far.
Yes, hasn't had to do all too. I guess they still are on the defense side, and we can see they have been doing a nice job of avoiding him a lot early on. And now, fast play on the B coming out for Kase. See if they want to commit.
Been spotted here, but again, they back away from this one. Minibu with those knives online here. Be answered by Kiko. Lockdown, like you say, available for Magnum. Mystic at ease. They're best friends and they don't even know it. Hiding on either sides of the wall.
We'll see who gets spored first. As another smoke comes out from Mystic, so we'll just end up running away. And now poking their heads into C, which I love it. Kase just, again, pulling the rotations across the map. The question is, will they expect Enzo to be here? With this, they definitely will.
If the Seeker's come out, they'll certainly know he's there. There we go. Seeker's going to spot Enzo. Means he has to back away, but it does give information that they were trying to play towards that. Lockdown now over on B. And look at the time that Apex are buying here. The push towards A kind of stopped by Enzo. And now the lockdown to stop the B push. They're out of time, but they have to go to A.
They do. They're going to run right into the waiting arms of Enzo. Doesn't have the Odin anymore.
Oh, there's one. Traded immediately. And actually denied by the mollies as well. 4v4 now. Spike going down and will be planted. Okay. They do get onto the site. And Apex with 3 people try and retake his Minibu. Finding the head of Magnum. Suddenly, these retakes on A feeling really hard for Apex.
Yeah, feeling very disjointed. Something that Apex were doing so well earlier in this map. You know, working as a coordinated unit, swinging out together, giving Kase multiple angles to have to worry about. But this time, one after the other, peeking out, getting caught out by Kase. And now they've gotten themselves 4 rounds, remove another gun, and things are starting to look up.
Things are really starting to look up. So it'll be the final chance now. And money not phenomenal on the side of Apex. They'll be able to put a buy together, but certainly not ideal. And actually, they've managed to find an operator. you know, light armor across the board. There's a Bulldog in there. Maybe not all util, but Kiko's got his operator. The one thing I will say, against this Swamp comp, it feels like Kiko is struggling to find value out of this operator.
No, right? I feel like so many times Cascade getting pushed right into him. You always have that Skybird to buy space for everyone else to be able to follow. We're going to do a similar thing here towards Garage. And these are these bursty movements we talked about. Kind of start off rounds going fast, but then having that patience to be able to dial it back.
So Killjoy out from Casse. Look where Magnum is positioned. He's outside of the area. I think he knows it, but doesn't matter whether he knows it. He's got no head to know anything anymore. C-Site is selected. Casse move in. They're going to be able to get the spike down, but Mystic's done so much, and Roxy wins it. And he answers with his life. Traded, at least he does get one. Magnum goes down. Skilles gets Shadow. 2v3 now. 2 coming from long.
The fact that Kille swung that was insane. Could have so easily gone down there. Actually manages to find one and still get out. 2v3 isn't impossible.
Yuri sneaking through the wall here. Does find it. Wait, what? He actually got one just random spray after the first. And he gets the third as well.
Yuri was ready.
That was gorgeous.
And you have to make, you know, we have to see some of these more aggressive plays come out. Yuri, I mean, so important to win that 1v2 right there, right? Get those 2 kills. But again, to highlight Kille swinging that backside, taking those aggressive, I mean, he was in a 1v2, even in that position, ends up coming out finding one without going down himself. And this is even off the back of Magnum finding this first kill and Apex having a pretty decent position by being able to play out from long and have threats from multiple angles.
Yuri with some absolute heroics there. It's the fact that that second kill he got, like the first one, you know, you can see the guy. I feel like the second kill was just the last bullet of the initial spray as he's moving his crosshair to be ready for the next one. And it, I mean, miracles happen. And it certainly did there. Pistols now. And Apex, what have you got on the attack? Because it was a really solid start to the half. And those last few rounds got away from them. Now it's Enzo's turn to try and show what's going on upstairs.
A bit slower, which as you'd expect, right? Not having like the same like Harbor Cascade able to come out and just run it down, but now on the site.
Oh, that's a cheeky little hit check from Killes. Miniboo comes in as well, and Casse just wiped them off the face of the A site. Beautiful stuff.
Last player
As Roxy will finish the job. Casse, you said, look, if they can win another round, if they can get the pistol, we'll be in an even spot. Well, they've pretty much got the pistol at this point. We're going to be 7-6. Casse managing to make absolute miracles happen here. Enzo does get one, but it's not going to matter. They're fully back.
This is off the back of... Yeah, this is off the back of, you know, at the start we talked about Apex's pistol in Split 2 being about 70%. Casse's wasn't that great back in their domestic league. It was about a 48% win rate on pistols. You know, not the worst, especially with some of the early struggles that we hit on that they are known to have in a regular season. But now able to not only bring this map back, but get a pistol win over such a dominant pistol team like Apex. And 7-6, they're favored going into this round, and it looks like we'll be looking at a 7-7 game.
Certainly feels that way. Outside of Magnum making some miracles happen, and he has across this game so far. Bit of info from Roxy. So Roxy will just be on that Ghost, playing full util for this round. And he's
look how aggressively, speaking of Magnum, he's like going into Garage. Sets up for a potential way out for Apex if they want to pivot off A.
Oh, Killes might just check this. Felt like he wanted to, but he does back away there. So Magnum's still not spotted yet, but you know, Casse fully aware that something like this could be going on. You can see them playing very safe in regards to that.
We have about enough time to where another smoke has come up for Apex. Just using it now over towards C and using it to bait him out and go for a fast push on to C with B with 50 seconds left.
B site, the target.
They're going to get the plant.
They're going to get the plant down. Can they do anything more? Magnum does get one, but instantly answered by his opposite man. Enzo trades it. It's a 3v3. Serious weapon advantage with the 2 Bulldogs coming in. Cascade across. Enzo trying to get some vision, but Yuri finds one. The Magnum not going to do enough. The Magnum, the Sheriff. The Magnum being in the game is ruining my life here.
You know, what's so sad at the end of that round is Shadow put his life on the line to go pick up that Bulldog. You could see he was very hesitant about pushing out towards C where one of those kills went through. Manages to get it only for Roxy to come from behind and really give him no options to play with. So nice to see Kase able to convert this into going into the next round where, again, now Apex will be able to show us what they're going to be able to get done. A lot of these kills have started going over to the Roxy in this half, so only one away from the Seekers so far. But also Enzo only needs one for the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, that Hunter's Fury is so important as well. It wouldn't be too surprising to see him kind of save that. Kille's not far away from the lockdown. Quite often, that's the interaction that you do see. It's Miniboo being really aggressive, but dashes away, respects it. Mystic, I don't know if he saw a gun barrel or if that was just killer instinct. Finds a headshot in such a crucial round for Apex.
And Apex really are known for some of the spam kills through smokes back in Polaris. But with you know, the amount of bullets in the rifles getting nerfed this patch was something that you have to think a little bit more consciously about doing. Still do it, still find a kill.
Yeah, you got to think a bit more consciously, but you know, in the right situation, you've got high suspicion that a player might be there. It can be so valuable. 3 players stacked towards C here from Kase. That's where Enzo's going with the spike. Feels like they've got that information. Still, a bit of a commitment to playing long here as the dart comes out. But now Enzo immediately starts sprinting back across the map.
And I like that the whole time that was going on, Apex were working the whole map, right? We can see Magnum in mid, breaking the Killjoy utility, creating a Christian mark there. And now on A, the site commit is coming through. Mystic finding one.
Bold of Miniboo to try and get through the one-way there, perhaps trying to get it on a timing, but just gets his head taken off of his shoulders.
My ult is ready.
I feel like we've seen this situation many times across the game, but usually it was the other way around. Now Apex, the ones with 5 members on the site. It's Kase that have to try and make the miracle retake happen. Roxy wants it. He's not backing away yet. But looks like he's decided to keep his gun.
Yeah, still though, for Kase, I mean, you would have things like the high tide to work with if you did want to try to go and win out a 3v5, but it looks like no. They themselves also just want to try and take some guns off of Apex. We already know Kase have money to work with going into the next round.
Yeah, look at this. Aggressive here. They'll be able to deny one of the rifles, but losing 2 themselves. And Apex, they immediately halt the momentum that we had coming out for Kase there, because the momentum is definitely the word, right? Winning, you know, stringing those 4 rounds together at the end of the previous half, then 2 to start it off. This feels like a confidence round for Apex.
It does. And I think now getting to see them on attack and utilize the full gun round, we can kind of highlight the difference between how these teams really like to play on the attack, to where though they both have that ability to, like, you know, mid-round really well and find those pivots, for Apex, a lot of the time they're able to play it out quite slow and default heavily. This round, not going to go for that. Actually, 5 stacked up towards C. They might just go fast on this one.
May well do, blasting through the walls, but look at the obscurity going around here. He's finding Kiko as he gets onto the site, and surely that'll be falling off the play, but no, still pushing forward as Mystic goes down. Shadow's gone as well. 2 players still at the bottom of long, trying to escape, but no, the spike's down. They can't actually leave.
No, and now it's going to be so tough with 4 members of Kase on site, and then you have Miniboo in spawn watching with an operator. Where do you even go?
I don't know. Magnum managed to get the spike, and then they very generously put a cascade up, but it doesn't look like they would have back away from C. I feel like they're well aware that Miniboo's probably on the flank.
1 enemy remaining.
So they're going to try their odds.
Spike down.
Their odds aren't looking good, though. Enzo finding 1, but it's not going to be quite enough. And well, 8-8. Kase answer. And I just want to quickly mention the scoreboard here for a second, Lyric, because, you know, I came in and I was like, Kiko, super hyped up new player. You got Miniboo as well. These 2 Jet players going to go toe-to-toe. It's been a very quiet game for both of them. It's the Killjoy players that are stepping up today. Magnum versus Kiles is the story of this game so far.
It really has been, right? Just seeing what these Killjoys are able to do. And so sad to see from Apex in the last round, not able to get that full execute off, not really getting much out from the recon darts. Now we need to come into this round because Miniboo, going so far with that operator, is going to end up backing off in the end once the smoke comes out.
Smoke buying a lot of space for the side of Apex. As kill off the dog, deny some info. They know someone's there, but they don't know what level of presence. See, once again, Magnum lurking towards the middle of the map. Love to find someone out of position as Miniboo finds his moment, goes for the peek, takes out Shadow.
Even manages to just, get out of there fast. Aftershock, not able to get anything done. And now we'll have a 5v4. I like that Apex are still kind of prodding around mid continuously in these rounds. Again, always trying to have a plan B to look for. But now, being a man down, I mean, what can you really do? I guess C is open if they somehow did make that right read, but still are going to have like some Killjoy utility they have to deal with that will give that information over.
He's read that one like a book. Magnum trying to get into Garage, but he's been doing that all game long. They're like, Casse, well aware of his preference for that area of the map. He managed to stop him moving over. Tap of the spike. Kiko has made it very deep behind enemy lines. This is a lurk and a half. Oh, he's got him.
Ooh,
he's got him.
Miniboo
has no idea this is happening. And the operator has been stolen away right underneath their noses. Kiko making a miracle happen here. He's playing for long now. Spike is down. The attempted retake begins. Kiles. Was he spotted there? Is 2 for Apex. Kiles gets the one on the backside, but Mystic with the second one. And Kiles takes him out. 1v1 now. Kiko got the miracle lurk to start it off. Can he finish the job? Kiles tapping the spike. Kiko playing from CT. But he dashes forward. Oh no, he gets it anyway! I'm pretty sure that was run and gun. Just swings around and takes the head off. Apex is close, but they get it.
I cannot believe he swung in time. Kiles hit a split second to get it done. But Kiko, at that moment, just being better. We're going to see here, again, the usual poking and prodding around mid, around garage, coming from Magnum, but that really being one of the decisive kills. Just what a crazy flank for Kiko to make, being the difference maker. After you pointing out, right, hasn't really been showing up as a huge fragger in this game. But moments like that, they make up for it.
Oh, they really do. They really do. Apex, 9 on the board. And, we said coming into this tournament, we want a bit of a banger to start us off. I was worried at the first bit. But Casse, they've fully come alive. Apex, trying to deny that momentum. Viper's Pit comes out from Ease to buy space, but they're just going to push it. They're just going to try and find a way in. Kiles denies it, though. Well, Kiko going down. Can they protect this ultimate? I don't think so. He's going to recommit, goes in, and immediately gets decapitated. But Kiles with the second one as well. Now moving further forward on the side. He's blinded, but Miniboo ain't. And Kiles gets 3. It's a beautiful 2-man defense.
Great job. I mean, Viper's Pit goes down, yet still playing so aggressively, both him and Kiles, to find a lot of those kills. And hell, that's like one of the nice things, kind of now seeing the change of sides come from the compositions, right? Like when you're running a comp like Casse is, and you have moments like that come through, you just have like so much easy utility come out from things like the Sky, Harbor Cascade being able to push you off, but you don't really have the same thing for the side of Apex. So once such an aggressive Viper's Pit gets put down, it really is just so hard for them to try to brute force their way in. Watch them run. Look at Mystic. It's going all the way.
Drops the smoke. TP's past it here. He's got all the way to heaven. Will he be able to get anything done? Enemy players gonna know that he's at least in the area. If they know whether he's in heaven or not, we don't know. Apparently not, because Mystic's found a headshot. Kiko's found one as well. As he looks for a little bit more up in the air. Can't find the shots, though. And it's Yuri shut them down. Ease finds Mystic as well. And it's a hell of an eco regardless. But will it turn into anything? It might. Shadow takes Oculus' head. And suddenly Ease is alone. Knocked off of his feet. Knocked backwards. The spike is down.
Enzo got a Vandal. Oh, up, picked up as well. So now, not even a gun advantage for Ease.
He's going to try and half it, but the stun pushes him off. Still a Phantom in hand, 25 armor. He's not been tagged yet. As the dart's going to come in. That's half. It's not too shabby of a start here, but he's running out of time. There's one. The other player's low as well. He's going to stick, though. And Enzo punishes. Operator picked up an Apex again, winning around, but again, by the skin of their teeth.
Still, that was tense. Pulling off the Thrifty. And they were so fast. They were so aggressive. We saw Kiko immediately go towards the backside of B. Of course, Mystic going with his ulti up towards Heaven on A. And then just so many different angles that the members of Kase don't expect. Enzo really just clean, like, cherry on top with the wide swing to make sure that he secures that last kill. And now, being up.
Yeah.
Some pretty nice ultis on both sides. You have Hunter's Fury from Enzo to deal with the lockdown coming out from Kiles, while also having a lockdown of your own for Magnum.
Heavy lean towards A to start us off here. But I want to talk about Roxy's IGLing so far in this game, because it started off pretty tough for the side of Kase, but this is a team that is known for adapting on the fly during the game, and it feels like the longer this has gone on, the harder it's become for the side of Apex. Kase evolving their game across the course of it, and now you see two players up towards the A area. Lockdown comes out, and that should mean everyone on the side of Kase's got to get over to this side of the map, or at least be ready once the lockdown's gone.
Okay, now other lockdown comes out. Let's see if we see anything come out from Enzo. Hunter's Fury going to come out, so going to be able to deny that lockdown from Kase. Now it's out of chaos on the side. Trades back and forth, but Mystic's popping off.
Apex living in that chaos, making it work. They've made their way on. Can they finish it off? Apparently they can, as Yuri finished off. Killers finds himself alone. Maybe he could deny a weapon, but at this point, look at the cash. The pockets of Kase. It's going to be better to keep his own weapon than deny another.
Can't use that yet.
Just going to try and survive and put out the utility to make sure he knows if anyone's approaching from any side. But making their way up to 11 is going to give Apex at least a bit of comfort to work with, to where it's felt like for a while now we've really been going back and forth, right? Apex pick up a win, Kase follows through with a win of their own. Now at least having a bit of breathing room, trying to make their way towards 12.
So, 11 on the board, 2 away. Kase, what else have you got? Because that was a lot invested. Remember, Kiles using his ult to try and defend that one. Same for Miniboo. And granted, you know, 2 ults on the other side as well, but this is going to be a tough position. And this is what we said, right? The timeouts, this is really where Kase like to change things up.
Well, it also goes back to like what we were setting up at the beginning of the day, that despite the fact that Kase are so successful in their own region, right? Have won 3 out of the last 4 finals. They're still comfortable and fine being underdogs. We saw that in the first half when they started so far down, but managed to bring it back to even. And they're showing it, again, they showed it here once again. So we'll see now after this timeout what they're going to elect to change up. Because it feels like we've just been seeing different things kind of work over these past 2 rounds, right? The first big one in my mind was just the pace when Apex went and we saw the Omen TP to defender spawn. We saw Kiko go immediately towards backside of B. It looks like that amount of different angles really kind of throwing them off. I wonder if we're going to see a change-up of where Kiles is playing. A lot of time it has been, you know, over towards that C site.
Looks like it's kind of just stacking on A. The whole gang here believing that Apex are going to try and go for a fast A push. Oh, in fact, no. It's Kase going for a fast A push. Aggressive defense here with 3 playing on long.
And we're going to see what they're able to do. They have some, thrown together weaponry to work with. Miniboo only with the Sheriff. But Kiles being right behind with the Vandal gives them something to work with. But will they expect Mystic here? I don't know.
Master of the Mystic Arts literally floating in the air there. He's going to back away. And they're just going to commit to the season. This is the problem with this kind of play. Is if Mystic even gets one, if he gets two, it's miraculous. Won't find anything. The four-man flank now, but they've got to be quick because the spike's already down.
Yeah, we're going to see what they can do here because Miniboo now has a gun to work with as well. Man advantage.
Swing out. Don't find anything for now.
Take the swing.
There we go. Miniboo getting another one. 3 defenders remain. Operator in the pocket of Enzo. He's still playing on the site. Remember, they're flanked from all angles. They're running out of space, but Kiko gets them a tiny bit more. It's not going to matter because Kile's on the scene. Say that. Kiko's making it matter. 2 defenders still trying to hold on. He's ended up with a Spectre somehow. He had a rifle before. Trying to spray through the smoke. The spike's so low. Are they actually going to get this? Oh, they've got it.
Actually coming through for them. Clutch, Apex, pulling off a win. Mind-blowing, mind-blowing. It was, everything was going so well for Kase. The second they got the kill on Mystic, having that man advantage, they played it well. They kind of confronted the site as a group. But Kiko, buying enough time for the win to happen.
Kiko making an absolute miracle happen. And think nothing else. That is absolutely a miracle by definition for Apex.
Oh no. Now, look at Miniboo. No armor coming through. Just all the confidence in the world.
All or nothing. They've got to win this one, and that's not the way to start it off. Spam through the smoke. He said Apex love to do it. They're making work happen. Enzo answering on to Yuri as he finds one, but now 3 defenders remain. It's so difficult to try and control the map. With the alarm bot spotting out the flank from Ease. Here we go, though. No, Roxy. Head taken off. And that might just be it here, Lyric, unless Kase can bring something insane out. Look, Kiles, he's been the man of the hour so far. He's got to make another miracle happen. He's done it before, though.
Gets one. Is a bit tagged, so now not having those light shields to work with, only 85 HP. And for the side of Apex, I mean, you have shock darts, you have the nano storms to play with. Now even having the information. Coming from the flank on long.
Playing with time. They do have a bit of time to play with. Well, they did.
Magnum seals the deal.
That's the end of his time on the map, I'm afraid. There's Magnum finding that one, and Mystic chimes in. There we go, 13-9. And hey, look, a dominant start from Apex and a dominant end from Apex. But Kase giving them a run for their money. Like, some of those rounds were intense.
I feel like that's the thing I really want to hone in on, right? Because we expected Apex to be dominant, specifically on this map. They just look so good. I think it really fits their style. Again, heavy defaulting, being able to play a bit slower, but then go for those like pace changes where some rounds, bam, you're just suddenly on site within a second. And they had been dominating on this in their domestic region to where Kase, it's been back and forth for them. Like Haven, not necessarily a map that they love to play. Able to adjust, which is the best thing. It was like anytime we'd see like a tactical pause come through, they'd come back a little bit refreshed, and you'd see some of their key players popping off, right? We saw good rounds from Miniboo, we saw good rounds from Kiles, but sadly, it wasn't enough, especially to stop people like Magnum and Mystic, because they just had such a performance.
Yeah, I mean, the killjoy off really was the story of this game, wasn't it? Magnum and Kiles both as site anchors, both as lurkers as well in certain rounds, really finding their impact. This Apex that managed to take this first one in the end. I mean, honestly, I can't believe how much more this was about the killjoys than the Jets when that was fully my expectation. Coming into this series, I thought we'd have these 2 Jets popping off like off duels and like craziness. It was all down to our killjoys instead.
And it's kind of nice, right? Because we harped a lot about the experience that the Fnatic members have, but didn't really talk much about, you know, Kile's experience at all, right? Coming over from that championship Ascend team. I mean, winning the first champions with them, taking down, who was it, Gambit, the Nats, the Redgars of the world. So he's another player who has enjoyed like the peaks that competitive Valorant have to offer. So it's nice to see him try to match Magnum. Was close, but at the end of the day, Magnum was just too clutch and too good in this first map.
And I think one of the most important things to highlight in this first map as well was the in-game leading from both sides, right? Enzo and Roxy, like really showing that they are flexible, really showing that like we saw so many different ways to attack sites, so many different ways to rotate around the map from both teams, and it felt like they were like, try plan A, okay, that's not quite working out, let's try plan B, let's try plan C, and then somewhere in between on many of those rounds, and then obviously just insane clutches coming through as well. We're going to jump into a break, and then we're heading over to Fracture. It's an IGL's playground, and let's see what the teams have up in their sleeves. Welcome back to Ascension EMEA here. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Lyric as we head towards our second game now between Apex and Kasse. And I have to say, an incredibly good first map to start off the tournament. You really, outside of like going to overtime, you really can't ask for more out of a first map.
No, I agree, right? And especially the way it went down, it was just nice to like a dominant start for Apex. Yeah. But get the tac pops, get to see some adjustments come out for Kasse. And again, just some of the mid-rounding, some of the rotations coming out from both teams. The fact that it was so close was nice to see. But now moving on towards map 2, we have Fracture. And this one really surprises me, right? Because Apex, we haven't really seen them play Fracture all that much. It is a map that they banned quite often back over in Polaris. The last time they played it was in Split 1 back in March against Focus, which they did end up losing. So honestly, I'm not quite sure what to expect from Apex, you know, from anything, from like their agent select, what kind of executes and plays are going to have come out on the map. But Kasse, I mean, they're feeling comfortable. They played it 3 times in Split 2. They played it a bunch back in Split 1. They're pretty flexible when you have Mini Boo as your duelist, because he's shown he's willing to play either the Raze or the Neon. So that's really the only question we have coming out for Kasse. That's a good question to have, because then Apex are going to be asking the same one.
Yeah, it's a question of like, what are we going to be up against here on Fracture? I will say that does kind of go both ways, because like you say, you're against a team that haven't played the map since March. Like, I ain't got my watch on, but I feel like March is quite a few hours ago at this point. There's not a lot of footage to prepare for. So Apex is a team that, if they're allowing that through, you have to assume that they're going to be drilled and prepped for it.
Exactly, right. There must be something coming online that they have. The last time they played it, they did play just kind of the default composition that you typically have come through, like a Killjoy, a Breach, Brim's there, double duelists, Raisin, Jet. So we'll see if it is just more of the same, or if they've maybe cooked up some strats in the meantime. Because I agree, if they're bringing it out here, there must be a reason. And we were talking a lot about Kiko in map 1 and how, like, early on, he wasn't necessarily putting the frags on the board, but then had some impact plays later on. I think Fracture's a map where, with how you typically even see the defense side played in a more aggressive way, right? Trying to take space when there's just so many different areas where attackers can come from. This is where we definitely are going to want to see Kiko, you know, step up and have that star performance that we were kind of hyping up for.
Yeah, definitely. From both sides, actually, as well. I think Mini Boo, like, you know, trying to make the impact. You could see like the final round, like going operator no armor. That's how much he wanted to make that impact on the game. But neither duelist really popping off in our first map. That said, I feel like when you're in a map with a Viper and a Harbor on every exec, like, it's difficult as an operator player to find those marks and find those targets. So I'd anticipate that will change a little bit coming into Fracture. Hopefully we'll have our agent select shortly. We can get the second map underway. Underway. I'm struggling with the whole words thing today, which is an issue because I talk for a living.
I was going to say,
one thing,
that is not the best.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Not ideal. One thing I will say, though, Fracture, definitely exciting map when it comes to Enzo and Roxy leading these teams. And doth my eyes deceive me, or is that a Gecko coming out here from Enzo?
Ooh, and we were saying there must be an adaptation. There must be something they've been cooking up if Apex were going to let this map through. We were sure Kasse were going to pick it, so that's what it is. Enzo has been showing that he loves the Gecko, right? They already played on Bind. They already played on Pearl. Now going to try it here on Fracture, to where Kasse keeping it with the standard composition that we know them for. We said the only real question is Mini Boo going to play the Neon, or is he going to play the Raze? So we'll go back to the Raze this time. Raze is an agent I think he looks much more comfortable on. And yeah, it's going to definitely set up for some explosive gameplay coming out for both sides.
It's going to be, I mean, you can see on the stats, like 0 times played, 0 rounds played, 0. Whereas on the other side, obviously, Kasse a bit more experienced on this one. I love that we've got 2 very different approaches to the map as well, like different initiator on each side, different sentinel on each side, as well as different duelist on each side as well. So we're going to have 2 very different approaches to the map. I'm excited to see, what Kasse can do, because we've seen that they can perform on this map domestically. And for Apex, what this plan is going to involve when it comes to Enzo playing on that Gecko. All of his furry friends alongside him. Actually, they're not furry, they're slimy, but, you know, I have to say, I don't think Wingman's that cute.
You know, I guess it depends on like what the comparison is. Is he the cutest of all the agent's little buddies? No, that is definitely the Boombot. But in isolation, is he all right? Yeah, he's not the worst.
I'm sorry, how what? I'm not
The Boombot is adorable.
Hang on, flash comes out. Orb still committed to their bias, so he's like, look, if I'm going down, I'm getting my ult point on the way.
Yeah, and I mean, hell, you can even understand what Apex are looking for there, right? Averiu he's finding one on Magnum. Kiko gonna look for, oh, that was disgusting. Look for one of his own and he gets it.
Dodges the stun as well, finds a second. Oh, what? Kiko! Just when the round looks completely doomed, Kiko just, I don't even have words. That was illegal.
Line of fire.
It was such a beautiful performance from him. Finding 4 with the Sheriff, peeking into the first one, even swinging into the second, and then kind of running in, lining up perfectly. And we were saying that Fracture can be a little bit of a duelist playground with how aggressively it's played, especially on the defense side, looking for pushes like this, and he makes it pay off. Now Vandal, light armor in tow, going into round 2.
Well, we said we wanted the duelists to step up for map 2. Kiko, the whole time in between maps, he's been in the range, clicking those bots. He is ready and warmed up for Fracture. And now Kase moving over towards the A side. You can see Kiko is on this side of the map. He's playing towards main for now. I think Kase changing plans.
I was going to say, they've had Ease over towards B the whole time, and right, you're not just going to run on to A without any brim smoke, so it seems like maybe poking for, like, potentially a pick if anyone from the side of Apex was going to play up towards drop, but no, and already starting to make their way out of the site, but with the gun disadvantage, we can't really expect too much coming out for Kase in this round.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Nico, you're just desperately looking to try and find a plant if you can. Yuri getting creative with it, going all the way under, linking up with Killers. And it is going to be that B hit. There's only 2 on the site, so there's a reasonable chance that they can make an impact here and get that spike down. Defensive smokes come through. Molly available as well.
30 seconds left.
We've already said the player we're looking at for the side of Kase is Miniboo, who... You know, talking to the Spanish casters, right, they say that this is a guy who is definitely going to be in VCT one day. Kind of regardless of how this round goes, even regardless of if Kase can be a team that wins Ascension overall, that this is a player you need to look out for.
One left standing.
Certainly is. Apex actually losing a lot of guns here, honestly, considering the fact that that was an eco. Kase doing some serious damage. Managing to get the spike down in the end, but even still, it's a reasonable attempt there. And our guns coming on through.
The
one, I mean, there's still that Vandal in the pocket of Kiko. That's the only, like, big snag on the other side, but realistically, Kase doing massive damage should just about buy them around here.
Oh, I think it did, and that's why I'd expect Apex to maybe go for a bit of a more aggressive play here, considering that they have so little to work with, whether it would be like a breach fault line coming out and then being able to follow up with Kiko's push, or an aggressive play towards A, which is what it looks like on the mini-map right now.
Oh, but spotted out there. I think that was all 3 players spotted. He gets on the zipline and he gets out to dodge. Safety acquired, and now arcade control fully on the side of Kase. But Apex know it.
It is good for Apex.
Oh, it's a great little shot from Enzo. Ease answers it. The Bulldog should be able to be picked up here, I would imagine. Smoke's down. They want to commit. Look, they're all on the other side of that smoke in arcade here, but not willing to actually push through for the time being. And Kiko is feeling confident. I wasn't sure if he was actually going to go the whole way through there. Aftershock as well. Kase not backing away completely. Both teams, it's a stalemate right now, but there we go. The rifles come up trumps. The smokes dissipate. The fight begins. Kase taking off the heads and converting the round that realistically should have been theirs from the start.
Yeah, it's even interesting with the fact that they did stick around, right? They didn't start a rotation. They didn't even like prod and maybe send like 1 member over towards that A site to try and get a whiff of like how reinforced Apex had that site. They were confident with the guns that they had and were able to pull it through in the end. So now for Kase, you're going to have that Cypher ult online, be able to spot out where they are if you can get that opening kill. But it's actually Kiko who's going to look for the opening kill with his operator.
As you'd expect, right? Kiko, we saw what he can do in round 1. Now with the operator in hand. Greenbot going to come through. The tailwind available. Oh, but he misses the shot. Not ideal, and now they know exactly where that operator is. You can see the whole team from Kase immediately move to the other side of the map.
Yeah, sadly, Yuri's so close to having that Rolling Thunder, but it's not available, but still going to go for the side hit. No one here.
Yeah, looks like
waiting.
So they're just going to have a free entrance for the time being. Spike should be able to go down. Planted for main as well, so very defendable for the side of Kase. And what do Apex have up their sleeves? The operator, not the greatest weapon for trying to make these retakes happen.
I will say at least Apex have more util available. Again, just look at Shadow and Enzo is so...
10 HP remaining,
10 HP.
and now that volley is going to push out Mini Boo. The aftershock there as well. He has to go and face it. Apex, a great 2 to start it off. And now Roxy, half HP already, flashed in main. The whole gang is here, and they're just going to go for the defuse straight up, but Yuri stops it. It's not going to matter. Yuri has to go on in, and Apex, I mean, wow. We didn't even have time to really set it up. They just charge on in.
They just run in. Again, they had so much util to work with. We even saw it there, like Aftershock thrown out. I believe Mosh Pit was used too. Threw out the Wingman, which obviously started making its way towards that spike. And there was just so much to force them off-site immediately, and even just pits the people who are already on-site in, as we just saw there. Take 2 down, smoke off the other 2, and then just overwhelm them with those numbers. Great to see.
Yeah, we've got to talk ults here, though. Gilles has his online. You see a single point away for Ease, 2 points away for Roxy. The Rolling Thunder there. This feels like a powerful attack round. But Enzo and Mystic got those defensive ults. Even the Blades around, although the operator already in hand for Kiko.
I'm a little bit surprised that Apex are playing heavily on sites when they know that this Breach ult's available. Rolling Thunder going to come on through, and Enzo's trapped.
Here's Kiko going to be mollied out of his position as well. Enzo against the world here, stuck inside the smoke. Oh my god, they walked past him! Oh, and he finds him! Oh, he's been given an absolute freebie there, and he turns it into 3. Mystic to finish the round. How did he get away with that?
I don't know. How did he get through? And I even thought, all right, this round's feeling pretty good for Apex because they have that orbital strike. Once the plant comes through, they can just throw that one down on the site and find people. Throw it up into tower, gets no one, and not even people funneling out, just running down to kind of see what's down here, clear this angle, and just get right past Enzo. Finds immediately 2, and then able to convert this into a win. Huge round. Still even has the Thrash going into the next, giving them more to play with. And it's beautiful. Apex on a map we haven't seen them play since March. Haven't played it at all on Split 2. Changing up the composition even from last time they did play it with bringing out this Gecko, and so far finding another really nice start.
I mean, more than just a nice start, right? Like the fact that some of these rounds have been so one-sided. Enzo pulling off a to be honest, it's not necessarily just been down to, like, we kind of came in saying, you know, Apex, this is a really drilled team. This is going to be, you know, like clean, calculated play. This has been off of clutches. This has been off of Kiko making an insane 4K with his share. This has been off of Enzo. Imagine to sneak around inside that smoke and find a miracle play. And obviously the retake on A was absolutely flawless, but you can tell that the players are here on the server and they are feeling it.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder how Kase are going to change it up now. Right now, being on an eco, you don't expect too much from this round, but even in future rounds, because we haven't seen them explore A all that much out of these 5 rounds. Maybe look to try to take some deeper post-plant positions, as many people actually going to find one.
Mystic does answer it. The rest of the team going to start charging on in as the flashes come through. Mystic realizes this is not a fight that he can take anymore. Plant will come on down. Now for the retake from Apex.
Spike planted.
Yeah, neural theft to use, so Kase knowing, you know, they will be in that defender spawn area. They're going to start moving to some post-plant positions, but Mystic already catching Kiles off guard. And oh, orbital strike to work with.
He's listening above himself and then blasts out the laser. It's not going to find anyone, but it will delay that retake. Apex was so fast on the A retake, a little bit slower this time around. This stun from Yuri could be so valuable. He's got half of the team there. Finds a headshot as well to chime in with more. Yuri with absolute heroics. 3v2 now for the shorty. Up in top. Kiko getting one down.
One enemy remaining.
Diffuse is coming on through though. Finally stopped. Enzo will get the kill onto Ease, but it does not matter. The spike explodes and Kase get a second.
And coming in, right, didn't even have like a full gun round on the board with this one. I even thought the orbital strike might have been a little overzealous to use so soon. You know, didn't end up gaining anyone. There was potential there for Apex to be able to find a defuse, but like you said, it was the heroics from Yuri, the long-standing member of Kase, the one who's been here through it all with the team over, again, just the past 2 years. Doesn't matter that Enzo manages to take down Ease because Diffuse isn't able to come through.
So Kase, they get themselves a gun round off the back of that win. 2 ultimates available as well. It's Kiko a little wide on his opening shot, but look at this. Presence towards Dish from both teams. It's a trade to start off. And the stun should be blasted out. No, Rolling Thunder going to be blasted out, but he can't convict the kill. Miniboo takes out Shadow, and that should leave the A site wide open. They charge in. Is it going to be a fast retake? No, they have to wait for Mystic.
But see, these are the more aggressive post-plant positions we were talking about. We were wondering what adaptations they would make. And again, a lot of times in their post-plants, we're just playing around site, maybe moving into A main. But now with control of Sands, it gives them a lot more angles that Apex would have to worry about. And it looks like because of that, Apex aren't even going to end up even trying to challenge, instead wanting to hold onto the up. We'll get spotted out by the trip.
How does the shorty not kill that?
I don't know.
Was that just like like one pellet hit and it doesn't quite do enough damage? I have no idea how much health Cypher Trip has, but that was a weird one. I'll keep their weapons. But hey, look, Kase, like you say, coming out of the timeout, I feel like we've got a different team we're looking at.
And it goes back to that they are able to make those explosive plays. Kind of get in there fast, look for those aggressive picks. And we saw them try that earlier on the map, where they were like trotting towards drop with a few members, didn't find anyone, elected to back off at the end of the day. But this time around, they commit to it, it works out, it's going to help them get on site. Doesn't matter that the Rolling Thunder comes out, Miniboo's still able to find that one. And I really feel like pushing into Sands, being the difference maker. You can even see Apex not expecting it that time, and allowing for a third round to come through.
Yeah, Shadow really feeling the pressure up on Dish. Look at this, Kase aggressively finding themselves space towards Arcade. There we go. Rolling Thunder online for Yuri and instantly primes it. This could be a fast B hit. And there we go. Ultimates blasted out across the site. You can see everyone forced away as Miniboo finds Mystic. Magnum, though, with one up in tower. Can he find anything more? Can he turn it into extra kills here? He's going to have to, and he will. Enzo gets Ease on the site as well. And Apex have stopped this right in his tracks. Yuri up in tower. And Killes finding one as well. But now.
Enzo even takes down Yuri. Roxy did get brought back up.
Remaining.
2v1 as Enzo finds Killes. The spike never got down. I'm pretty sure
doesn't even have a flash.
They're going to know he's up in tower. Enzo covers one angle, while Kiko holds the stairs. And there it is. Perfect shot to finish the round. And Apex, I feel like it's those moments where you can feel how drilled they are, right? When it gets really chaotic and they still feel like, okay, we know where he is. We've got both angles covered. Just hold where you are. Nobody's taking weird duels. Nobody's getting over-aggressive. They feel drilled.
Yeah, again, that kind of level of discipline, be able to make sure you guarantee the round. And it does do them well. This time, they even have the Killjoy lockdown to be able to play with. So Kase gonna have to think a little bit about some of these execs coming through. Probably gonna want to try and find where this Killjoy is.
Wait a moment.
Nice lurk on Kile, so at least gets a bit of information that some members are over towards that A site pretty aggressively.
Yeah, the defender Killjoy coming out to deny any potential presence on B. Little do they know quite how much presence there is on B. Or maybe they do know. Trying to aggressively flank from A with 3 players, but just this single Cypher from Killes is enough to slow them down. Spike will come on out. I'm a little nervous for Magnum there. He's the one with the operator this time, but he finds one. Onto Ease. Tequila is about to peek it. Oh, the flash. Not going to do enough.
Spike planted.
Now retake time for the side of Apex.
He's out, but he still finds it.
He's good for 2 as well. Mystic now in the 1v1. Achilles solo. And Mystic's good for it. 2 remaining, both in tower here. And Apex on the retake once again. But look at them swarming in straight onto the site now. As Roxy peeks on out, but traded by Magnum. 3 kills for him in the round. As Yuri buying time, buying as much space for his team as possible. But the diffuser started. He's got to check this one as Mystic is there to defend. Beautiful team play once again. And Apex, these retakes are just too clean.
Yeah, Magnum with that pick, with the op. The triple flank coming through, it almost didn't work. Kille is able to find 2, but not able to find that last one, as we're going to see here. And then, I mean, numbers disadvantage side of Kase, really well played by Apex. They even had some nice things, throwing out that fault line at the end to try to allow for a swing from his teammate, but being at man disadvantage doesn't really open up for anything. But this time, another ult on the board for Apex. I guess both teams having that orbital strike to bring into round number 10.
So 6-3. It's feeling a little tense. Kase, this is an important round for them. They could really do with a bit more on the scoreboard. They really love playing towards this arcade area. This seems to be their go-to towards the start of a round. But this time, no crazy aggression to follow it. Just going to be getting that ult orb and playing for the rest of the map, hoping to get a few more ult orbs potentially as they head towards Dish.
Yeah, but they're walking into the waiting arms of Magnum's loving Killjoy setup. So we'll see how much fun they have once they get up here. And it's actually Killes who's being the one staying behind, maybe trying to catch off a player to go for a rotate.
This could be dangerous as well because there are 3 players here. It's actually going to be an ulti blasted out towards Roxy here. Mini Boo jumps out onto the side, but instant defense charges on in. Straight across the board here, but so far so good for Kase. 2 players remain, but they're good for the kills. And suddenly they even the scoreboard. Roxy remaining. As he tries to move in, but the spike never made it down. Kiko and Magnum making those moments happen. And once again, we go to this drilled play. Both of them holding the same angle. And it's Kiko to find the shot with the operator once again.
And it's the same Munch. Roxy left in the 1v2, has no flashes online. The op is still there. Like what can you really do? And that round was so chaotic. I mean, we saw Mystic's Brimall thrown incredibly early on. Ease then throws his, actually finds one in return. But it was the 1 kill, I believe, on Killes over towards B that kind of opened up for Apex to be the team in the advantage. And it's weird, right? Because we finally started to see Kase explore a little bit more towards A after that attack timeout came in earlier in the game. Worked for the first few rounds, but ever since Apex have been keeping Kiko more specifically, but this 3-man hold on A and being really patient with it, we've seen that these pushes just haven't been able to work out the same. And Magnum, just like game 1, having another great performance in map 2.
Yeah, he had quite a quiet start as well. It felt like that. First few rounds, Magnum was struggling to find his impact, but he's found it. Just like George in Peter Pan found his marbles, Magnum's found his impact. Yeah, I don't know, it's a bit of a weird reference, not quite working.
It is a bit of a stretch connection there.
Yeah. I watched that the other day. Hook, fantastic film. Hasn't aged a day.
My God. I was going to say, I haven't seen that since like the 90s or whenever that came out. That might even be older
I gotta
than that.
say,
I don't know.
Dustin Hoffman absolutely kills it. Absolutely legendary performance as Captain Hook. Here we go. Apex.
Also having a legendary performance.
I mean, they've got full Dustin Hoffman on them. As Kase. I was going to say full Peter Pan, but actually Peter Pan wins that one. It doesn't feel like this is going to be a win. But oh my days, Magnum. That was a gun round. That looked like an eco.
They played it so slow on the side of Kase, just trying to kind of like sneak their way onto site. But Magnum kind of pushed forward, you know, actually being on site and still having from defensive spawn being covered, as we're going to see picked off 1 by 1. Just kind of abusing them on these multiple angles. And
I even like the Storm of Utility, even if it didn't really make a difference, but things like that Brim Molly coming out in the end and just really making Kase's life so tough to deal with. But now, Yuri has the Rolling Thunder. It looks like they're potentially trying to go for a fast play towards Sands.
Yeah, charging on in. Let's see what they can find. Final opportunity in the half for them to get something on the board, and Shadow starts as he means to go on here, just spamming through the door, trying to deny entrance. Main control gathered, but can they get onto the site? This is where they've been stalling out. Flashes in, and the Rolling Thunder comes on through. That should buy them entrance with combination with the smokes, but Mystic doesn't care about your smokes! Roxy, Gilles, they get one each, but Roxy fights himself alone. Crash won't be able to stop him. Just a Bulldog and a Dream here and a 1v3.
Again, Munch. Again, it's always Roxy. Not really any utility to work with.
What can he do? Molly going to come out. That should force Kiko to peek him, but it's a double peek. Shadow's there with his teammate. 3K for him. Oh, wow, what a half from Apex. 9-3 as they finish the first half. We asked at the start of this map, Apex, what have you got on Fracture? We've not seen it since March. Well, they've got a lot, is the answer.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely the key learning of Apex, putting in the time and figuring out something that works for them on this map. And even seeing a few different modes to them, right? Earlier on, there was a bit of aggression, especially coming out towards A main, where they would take that deep control. People like Kiko obviously starting off with the massive sheriff round. We saw the 3-man flank, but also being able to temper it once we saw Kase move over to that A side themselves. And, you know, give more control towards Sands, expecting those fast plays to come through. I do want to say much. We can't count Kase out. In their grand final against Team Queso, they started out 1-11 and made the comeback. It was when they swapped the defense side that they did it, but Kiko!
Give him a sheriff and he will give you a round. Kiko, he did it in the first half and he's doing it again. That's the 3K. What more could you ask? What more could you ask? Kiko, he's given Apex this game on a silver platter.
3 for 1 in sheriffs for Apex in this series so far. And remember, they're just under a 70% pistol win rate, even just in their whole domestic split, really showing us why here. And I guess the why is just Kiko is absolutely cracked. Going in. Nice job playing off some of the utility from Shadow as well. Yeah. As now, I mean, moving your way up to...
Look at this.
What looks
3 rifles. 3 full rifles in the second round. It's bold, because if this goes wrong, like, you're setting them up for a win streak here, but Kase, got to make something truly miraculous happen here on the defensive side. Only 3 rounds required as these Phantoms push on forward. It's a peek from Gilles, but gets his head taken off. Enzo doesn't even need a rifle.
No. And just isolating these duels, right? Finding these 1v1s, taking them down. I love how patient Max is being here, and Yuri just backs into it, leaving Ease all by himself.
Oh, hang on. He jumps off of the zipline and finds himself in a 1v1. It is going to go the way of Apex in the end. Enzo went down, but they'll be quite happy with 11 rounds on the board. And, you know, you mentioned the kind of comeback that we saw from Kase in game number 1 of the grand finals. It was on Fracture. It was a massive win streak to win out the game. They pushed it to overtime, 14-12 over Queso after an 11-1 first half. The dream is still alive. It's still possible, because that was all on the defensive side for Kase. And this is the gun round that has to make that happen.
Yeah, now we're going to see how they react. Is a bit of fast aggression coming out towards Arcade so far. Looks like he's going to start stacking these orbs and try to get this Thrash online as soon as possible for Enzo. So no committal so far, and might even just work the way around to grab the next orb.
This feels like has been the sort of passive game plan for Kase when they were on the attack as well. Just shuffle around the map, see how many orbs you can grab before you commit to anything. Still a minute on the clock, so they've got time to work with. The Cypher trip in front of them will give away the game in a moment. There we go. Information gathered, but they decide not to overcommit to anything just yet.
No.
Oh, Gilles.
Fishing around.
It's the perfect spot, and he's found 2 off the back of it. Can't quite connect the third, and him and Mini Boo both go down, so it turns into a 2 for 2.
I'm a little bit surprised. Enzo wrapping all the way back, expecting a flank to come through. I thought maybe you'd ideally want him to be the one to plant with that little buddy. Again, get the Thrash online. Magnum, in the meantime, at least finds
30
one.
seconds left.
Numbers in favor of Apex.
I'm a little surprised they didn't just burst onto the B site there after finding that pick. The side of Kassai, they've got a player committed to either side. Roxy and Yuri, the two remainders, and it's on to Roxy. As the push begins, you see Yuri start to sprint across the minimap. What heroics can come on through? There's a headshot. The wingman taken out of the equation, but as the flash comes into the hand, Mystic finds a bullet to the head. And now the stun comes across.
On smoke.
I mean, it's just impossible, isn't it? Triple smoke across.
That's rough.
Walks on through, and the double peek is there. Mystic to take him out. And that's match point. That's series point for Apex.
And yeah, much. We might have been saying that Costa was able to make that comeback in their grand finals against HBK. So right now they're going up against a team that has only lost 8 maps, 8 individual maps all year long. They lost 1 series to LPB back in Split 1. Like Apex are just a team that aren't used to losing. You know, they aren't Ash and Pokemon.
Oh.
They're Gary for the first little bit. Gary didn't lose. That's Apex.
Well, not until I faced him anyway, let me tell you. I will say, the only loss from Apex so far this year, Le Petit Bouffon. I don't know if that's actually how you pronounce that. That's my attempt
I'm
at
glad
French.
that you full sent it. I wasn't going to do it. I'm glad that you committed.
Oh, Kiko's committed as well. That is a beautiful little first kill. Great little entry. And Apex fully onto the site.
And Munch, they even have the Thrash to work with. Like, they only need this 1 round to win. They have a key ult online going up against none man advantage. Everything looks primed for Apex to take this first series 2-0.
It's a phenomenal start for the side of Apex. It's Mystic. Oh, he's real low on HP, but somehow dodging the bullets. And his best Neo impression for the time being is now the attempt, but Shadow shuts it down. Thrash comes through. Will detain one. Is that enough? Kiko follows it up. It's more than enough. They're going to see him on the volley. The Mosh, no. Kiko's not having any of it. He wants a bonus kill. 13-3. Domination from Apex as they enter the tournament.
It blows my mind. A map they've only played once. They played it back in Split 1. Haven't played it since then. All the way since March. Bring out the Gecko, which we said Enzo loves. I love that Apex are a team who have adapted this Gecko, right? Kind of like us seeing teams like PRX with CGRS over at Masters, or I guess Navi trying to spend a lot of time to make that one work. But Apex, they have been making it work. They make it here once again, even, you know, on the enemy team. Kase's map pick.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable from Apex. And, you know, on the side of Kassai, you know, map 1, Haven, we saw tons of good stuff from them. Leaving a bit to be desired, I think it's fair to say, on Fracture. But, you know, when you look at their season overall, they had a rough start to this season. They went, kind of got better with time. When it came to playoffs, felt like they leveled up a lot. And then, you know, managing to come back at the final. Phenomenal stuff from them across the season to make it to this tournament. I'm hoping that we get to see that again in this tournament. We get to see them kind of growing as the tournament goes on. Still a fair few series to play. Certainly can't count them out.
Now, and here we are. Kiles, we know, I think well-deserved MVP on the side of Kase, but Mystic coming in clutch. Great smokes. Had some pretty interesting orbital strikes as well. Again, trying to like funnel them into certain areas for teammates to be able to find those frags. Kiko, though, I also feel like massively stepping up after that game 1 where we were kind of touting him as this guy who could have these performances. Those pistol rounds, those sheriff kills were insane.
Yeah, I think Kiko had a map and a half. I mean, like, the funny thing is Mystic topping the scoreboard at the end, I was not ready for, because Kiko had so many like massive big individual moments. You know, I feel like there was quite a few, like Enzo as well on the Gecko had that insane round. There was like so many big pop-off moments, but it's Mystic who is that consistent player who's always there, always ready to take those fights. Phenomenal game, phenomenal team here, Apex, and I think this is quite an important win for them, because a lot of people coming into the tournament are talking about these different regions, and yes, you've got a massive win streak domestically. Can you make that happen internationally? So far, so good for the side of Apex. We're going to jump into a break, though. That is going to be our first series done and dusted. Apex making short work of it. We've still got another series coming your way, though, so do not go anywhere. Plenty more Ascension coming up right after the break.
Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers Ascension EMEA here live in Mesa. Not the normal red that it is, it's more of a blue-green. Tim, would you go as far as saying?
I think I'd lock it down as a teal does.
A teal. Well, colour debates can wait for another day because we will be here all day going through that. My name's Des. I'm here with Tim. Tim, welcome to Mesa.
Thank you for having me. What a pleasure it is to be here. It's been absolutely fantastic so far. I love Berlin anyway, so it's nice to be back. But yeah, fantastic to be seeing the studio. I'm absolutely blown away by it all.
It's very
great.
Cool.
Brilliant.
Less audience than normal. Some would say 100% less, but here we are. We're coming up with some really exciting games. So we've already seen some fun stuff. We've already seen Apex absolutely well steamroll their way through in the previous game. But here we're going over to a little bit of a different flavour. We've got the Italians coming up against the Germans. It is CGN coming up against DSY. A game that I'm really excited to see how it plays out. One, because they're two teams that really got a chance to show on a new stage now, but also because Zesh will not shut up about CGN and the potential behind this team. Let's take a look at DSY first. We've got Wacky, Kaden, Zazzy, Tag, and Feku on this team. That one is definitely a risk to try and say out loud too many times, but a team that we're looking at, Tim, and saying, great, really got the potential of beaten GMT, a team in Italy that everyone favoured to be here in their place. So they've already caused one upset. What's another more today?
Well, that's the thing. It's sort of a story of a little bit of growth, isn't it? It's, like you say, coming through, having lost those games before, but then managing to turn it around 3-0. And it's like I've always said, Des, it gives you that boost coming into it. It is all about hitting form at the right time sometimes, and having that upset coming in is really going to set you up for this.
I know what you're like about form, Tim. We'll talk more about that, no doubt. And CGN Esports up on your screen as well. Element, the new player that joined them at the start of this year, alongside some old faces in Benny, Vince, Shazion, and Azuri. Now, these guys had a pretty rough 2022, finishing 6th to 8th in both of their splits then. Not really shining, but since Element has joined, these guys are unstoppable in the German league.
All I've heard since I've got here, a little bit from Zesh, has been
all of it
how good Element is. CGN are fantastic, and how well they're going to do. How the surprises that they're going to bring. So I'm looking forward to being surprised.
Looking forward to being surprised. Looking forward to just seeing ultimately what happens, because what I love is, Zesh is a wonderful example. Love you to bits, buddy. But coming in being like, oh, they're going to sweep the whole thing. Everyone says that. Everyone's got an opinion, right? But then when you actually come to the games itself and see the teams coming up against each other, that's when you really start to see, okay, they were top dogs in Italy, they were top dogs in DAC, they were top dogs wherever it might be. Now how do you fare against other top dogs as we come in?
That's it. It really gives you get that feel within their region of how they perform, but then the real test starts coming when you go up against the others.
Well, CGN started out with Pearl being taken away. That's what I've enjoyed seeing. Is this Fnatic in the room? God knows. We'll see where it goes across the course next one. We've got the veto coming out from DSY next, and then they pick themselves two. We veto two more, and then we have the decider at the end. So Bind being taken out of the pool by DSY. I'm looking forward to seeing what the two maps we actually land onto they are, Tim.
CGN, as you said, they're going to pick theirs up. It's going to be Fracture that will kick us off. So we're going to have the big split across for the attackers spawning either side. Defenders in there in the middle of it. We'll see where DSY are going to take us.
Absolutely. Fracture is the first one I think is really interesting to see too, because as you say, that ability to ironically split the team apart and try and do different things. Split, as said, is going to be that second map coming on through, a word that I'll struggle with back into the game, but no, not at all, not at all. But Split going to be that second one, then we'll have the last two vetoes coming through in just a second. Now, the one thing I will say, obviously, is we can look at how regional map pools shape up and what the teams prefer. What really matters is when you actually get into the deep end of things, how again do you stack up against teams internationally on what they like?
Yeah, that's always the question when you move in, at these sorts of levels before you reach that ultimate tier 1 goal, that's all these teams are shooting for. Before you reach that, you do it nationally, and then how do you stack up? Haven is going to be our decider. I do love a bit of Haven, so if we get there, Des.
If we get there.
We get there. Of course, this is a best of 3 to remind everybody watching. It's going to be the same format throughout the groups. So we will have these two teams throwing it down on the first two to begin with. If neither of them can win both, then we'll see Haven to finish things off.
I'm personally just a fan that we get best of 3s the whole way through as well. Tournaments we've seen in the past, not strictly in VALORANT, but other games as well. Best of 1s doesn't always give you the full feeling of what teams are truly capable of, but getting to see them both on a map they've picked and then potentially on a decider really will settle that question, not just for us, but for Zesh as well, as to who really comes out on top. Honestly, I can't drop that because he's not shut up about it. Earlier on, I was saying to him, I was like, put some money on it. And he's like, nah, man, I don't bet. And I was like, is that because you don't back your opinions enough? He looked at me like, there's too many British people here.
I will say it was the second thing that he said to me. The first one being, "Hi, I'm Sesh," and then the second one being, "CGN are going to do all right, you know."
Yeah, of course. He just won't stop about that. Now, obviously, I'll give him a chance to kind of be proven true and also wrong. That's what we'll find out going into the series. I don't want to come in this and necessarily be unfair to teams because they haven't had a chance to prove themselves yet. But Desire and CGN, when you look at a lot of the kind of standings and predictions of analysts across Europe, they are seen as being down there towards the bottom, definitely in the bottom half. And not many are expecting either team to make it out of their group. But a win here would be a good start on that journey.
The way that I always look at these situations is it's kind of almost a clean start for everybody.
Yeah.
You've had your competition, you've had your ups and downs, you've had your time to develop, and now you're coming in, and this is where we're really going to start finding out about teams. So, yep, sure, we can come in, and everybody's going to have expectations. You can look at what's gone before, you can look at the player ability, everything else, but you just don't always know how it's going to click, how it's going to work against everybody else.
Yeah.
So for me, it's you know me, I'm very much come and prove to me that you're good, that you're bad, that you just come and prove to me exactly what you are, and that's what it's going to be over the next couple of days as we see these teams starting to get games under their belt.
Absolutely, and talking more about players for a second as well, you know, Element versus Wacky is kind of the matchup we're looking at here between the duelists on the front line. I was looking at the stats a couple of days ago, and actually the two of them are very, very similar, which again brings up that conversation of, okay, it's cool, it's really good being amazing in a vacuum inside of your own regional leagues, but when it comes to international competition, can you still put those numbers up towards the end? And that's what I'm really excited to see. I think we're going to see a fair bit of raise today from both of these players as well. It's their go-to agent that both of them love playing, great at making that space, and it's about moving more as a unit then. Maybe not as quick as what we're used to seeing with things like Jet when she's charging in and causing absolute chaos, right?
Yeah, and it's probably just going to create a slightly slower pace, potentially, for us. It's, as you say, going to be more about creating that space, moving into it, you know, rather than just the rush plays.
That's exactly it, yeah. Well, Lightia, I missed the call that came from production. Did you hear?
Well, Des, we're going to have a little break.
There we
and
are.
when we come back from that little break, we're going to have ourselves a game of Valorant.
See you in a minute. Welcome back, guys, and thank you very much for sticking with us through that short break. We do have good news. The game is ready, which means we can get pretty much straight into things, Tim, and see how Desire face off against CGN.
Well, the only thing that we need, Des, we've got a map, we've got 2 teams, we've got lots of players, we need some agents.
We do need some agents, Tim. That is very, very right. We'll take a look at those in just a second as well when they come up on your screen. We'll have a good conversation about those, and then we'll get into that first map, which is Fracture. Let's not forget as well. Fracture, then Split, and then Haven as our decider. If we need that third map, of course, that'll be the conversation that we will come on to. And here we go. The conversation I had earlier on was between Element and Wacky, saying I think we'll see a lot of Rays today. I think especially for this map, it makes sense to see both of them coming out. Quite a lot of tight areas. Excellent use of those paint shells to come out and do a little bit of damage. And alongside things looking at that, I'm looking at things like the Faye coming out here for Zazie as well. A couple of unique changes. Breach really good in this map as well. I really like what Desire have brought to the table.
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at that Brimstone there for Desire as well. Going to be able to go in with the Sky Smokes, you know, really create that space, really, you know, give them those opportunities to get into sight. And of course, you know, we can't overlook an ultimate on the side of Brimstone, Orbital Strike, that's a potential round winner.
Oh, absolutely. Huge again on these sites that can be quite tightly packed up. On the other side, Sage being one of those picks that you look at and think, don't see that all that often, but it could be quite exciting. Now, you're seeing here for the stats of the teams as well, CGN the ones who really do come to this map more often, 3 times played so far. His attacking win rate just over 40% as well, not a bad spot to be in overall. So again, personally, quite excited to see how it plays out. Desire are changing nothing compared to the last time they played this map. Whereas the CGN, they're the ones kind of testing the waters here, changing up a couple of things and seeing what they can bring to the party. But it is game time, boys and girls. Here we go with round 1 between Desire and between CGN.
Straight into that first buy phase then. It's, of course, as always, going to be sticking to the basics for this one, Des. To kick things off, it's all about just getting in, getting those gunfights and seeing who can come away on top.
Absolutely. Right. As we all know, pistol round starts things off. We roll into the second, where it's more of the bonus, the kind of the expectation that you'll roll it over. And third one is our main gun round. So this one is the one to see how things really kick off between the two. Now, to start things off, you can see for CGN quite a focus coming out towards the east side, with this Killjoy holding up towards the north to stop any weird bat flanks coming on through. Maybe hoping to cut someone off there who would push in quite aggressively. Right now, though, 3 players still sat over towards B for the side of Desire. Means that this should be a pretty quick site take for the side of CGN. In they come marching. Side has been established. Control is here, and Spike is going down.
Almost to be confirmed, and it will be, as we hear that go down. Benny is going to be taken out by Tag, though, leaving us now 4 versus 4. And this is all about the retake for Desire, trying to come around, but Azuri's got it locked down as Tag tries to push through Dish there. No success. Alarmbot will be sent out, just trying to work in behind it, but Azuri is just closing this one out.
He is the difference maker here, because now he's coming in behind them as well, and that's an easy shutdown for the side of CGN. Really got to give a shout out to Azuri. He got pressed by 2 players there up towards Dish, won both of those gunfights. If he'd lost that, we only had the Raze sat on site. The other 2 players, I believe it was the Omen and the Sky, had peeled away back down towards spawn side, leaving just the one on site, and they wanted to try and get the wraparound coming on through. So if Azuri didn't win that out, suddenly it's a very dark place playing as the Raze. So big shout out to him for how he started out this game.
I like the decisiveness for CGN. You know, it's round 1, they go in, they see an opportunity on site, they know that it's open, and they're going to take it. They've just sent a message there. You know, if you give us that window, if you give us the opportunity to put the spike down, that's exactly what we're going to do. And that's something that Desire are going to need to pay attention to.
Yeah. This time around, interestingly, you're seeing the reverse, actually, where we've got Tag somewhat trying to press up towards that north side. 3 players were immediately trying to get up, acknowledging that Azuri was going to be the troublemaker. And what's he done? Jumped straight on the ropes, rejoined his team, and now you've got 4 players, in fact, all 5 together, wrapping over towards B, but may change their mind here and rotate towards A. Maybe with that read that, like last round, Desire have got 3 players hanging over towards B.
Going to see Wacky taken out early in the round as well. That's going to be the Raze gone, and of course the utility goes along with them. It's going to be reduced damage for the rest of the round potentially without those blast packs, without the alarm bot to go through there and let them push in behind. But pushing in is Element as he manages to find one, leaving us now 5 versus 3. CGN having all of the fun in the first 2 rounds. Spike is going to go down once again, and Desire find themselves on the wrong end of a retake.
Yep, it's exactly the same once more as well. Spike goes down, a couple players on side, the rest hang off. And CGN, please, don't give Sesh more ammo, please. I don't need that today. We've only just got here. But they have started off absolutely thunderously. Second round, you expect to see that kind of bowl over. This is the interesting round for me. It's the gun round coming out, power up, whatever you want to call it. This is where we get to see what the other side can offer back if Desire are going to be competitive, or if it's going to be the CGN show here for 2 or 3 more rounds in a row.
I mean, you saw the use of utility coming in there from CGN, a good little example at the end. It was all pouring forward, but ultimately it just wasn't really needed. They're going in and winning gunfights here, you know, taking those chances when they find them, and it's paying off for them at the moment. Now we're going to have immediate pressure coming in, though. The Conquest will hit, but there'll be no kill to follow it up.
2 on the top left side of your screen, though, as well, pushing in here. So rather than holding back Azuri and playing passive, they've actually looked to move in towards B, and all players are grouped on that side. And CGN, it just feels they're playing Desire like a book here. They've put 3 players on towards A after having 2 rounds of stacking up on B, and that's when CGN have completely changed up their game plan. All 5 players now looking to apply pressure in. Not yet full committing, though. They still have the ability to rotate away here if they feel things are going from bad to worse.
Still plenty of time for CGN. Really, it's been quite tentative compared to the first 2 rounds. It's just been prodding, poking, see exactly what's going on. You can see they're moving round now over towards that A side, looking to push their way through with the spike in hand. Just a little bit of indecisiveness potentially from CGN here, just testing the water at both and see, you know, which they fancy the most.
I think this is the thing. Desire must have heard the footsteps of the Killjoy Azuri rotating away and know that that Sky play is entirely bait. He's just trying to keep 2 or 3 players around B, but Desire read it. They've rotated 3 players off towards A, but now CGN, who originally were looking to hit B, went over towards A, have now backed over towards B again. If they get this kill, which they found, that's what they wanted. With Tag going down, B is completely laid bare. CGN are going to storm in here, and now it's all down to Desire to try and make something come from this round.
3 versus 3, Spike is likely to go down. 10 seconds left, will be completed, and that is now going to give CGN the opportunity to just hold on here, pushing in through the smoke. It's Caden, just a little bit unsure, waiting for it to clear off, checking his angles, can't find anybody for the time being. We see the fault line coming out, just trying to cause that conquest. We have a kill going in either direction, leaving us 2 versus 2. And now Desire, they get themselves the advantage that they need. There's an opportunity, Des.
Yeah, Peku's in a great spot here as well. Got to win out this 1 versus 1, though, and obviously the pressure coming on through. Taps on the spike. Vince sees him. He's giving his position away, but it's a bullet or 2 onto Feku, and he'll be down and out. And there we go. Swings round and finds it. Unfortunately for Desire, that round 3 is not going to go their way. And as we said, Tim, this is where things might go from bad to worse, because that was their bye round.
Yeah, it's just starting to snowball a little bit. CGN, I think, are coming in with a lot of confidence. You know, you can see there's ults coming towards being online. We've got one there ready to go. We've got one halfway along, and as that starts to tick up, it's just going to wear down Desire even more, because they can really bring in the big guns then to close out rounds.
Absolutely. I mean, with the Seekers online here for Shazay, it's a starting point, but really want to be comboing that, I'd imagine, with another ult or 2 on the way through. We're into that kind of point now as you get towards round 6, round 7, where ults do start coming online. It becomes the cycle. Desire really have just played it out and all got to a similar point on their ult charge, whereas the other side a little bit more up and down. Not that that's strictly a bad thing, but look at this, look, everyone so far grouped out towards the west side here, bar 2 players from Desire, stuck up towards Fish, still rotating and splitting themselves around, but that's it. Full site control, CGN are in here inside 25 seconds, Spike is going down. Desire are being pulled from pillar to post here, Tim.
There's just nothing that they can really do to slow them down. Tag initially trying to play off that alarm bot. Contact just unable to get the kill. Element also manages to take down Wacky, and once again CGN have got themselves such a good advantage here. Just trying to play from up on high. Shazam just looking for that pick that's really going to send it over the edge. It's Element who ends up picking it up, and we're now 2 versus 4.
They get the 1 kill going, well, a couple of kills going on their side, sorry, Desire, but there's still so much work to do, but another Sky Flash coming over the top. I think even for a second we saw Shazam actually flash a teammate out in Azuri, who for a second I thought, well, that probably gives the indication that angle's safe at least for a moment for Desire, but couldn't quite commit to getting the push round once 2 or 3 more players and CGN stacked up. They are looking, and it still pains me to say it because of Zesh, they are looking good.
They are looking good. Like you say, there's the 2 ultimates online, and, you know, you picked up on it at the beginning of the last round, as you know, we get into that point where they're creeping up, they're coming online, and that's when they're going to start getting combined. There's probably another round or 2 yet before we see it, but they are poised, they're ready, and the danger is if they win those couple of rounds, they've then got another couple of rounds in the bank, more than likely, so it starts to become a huge deficit for Desire.
My concern is even looking at like the rounds and how they played out so far. If you look at the ults on the side of Desire, looking towards the Brim ult, for example, and towards Fade, I'm looking at these and just thinking, these are great when you know that everyone's coming at you as a 5 or you're going into a massive team fight. CGN have been so good at rotating away, as they're kind of doing here. They're probing towards A, then potentially pulling back towards mid, out towards B site, sorry. Everything's just very back and forth and very fluid so far. So I'm just always nervous if we're really going to get to see a chance for Desire to capitalize on the ultimates they're going to have.
Yeah, we're just seeing one of those rounds again. CGN generally very decisive, but this time just seeing exactly what's where. They've decided they're going to push on to B, which is largely being held by the Killjoy and the utility. Brimstone is just in the wings looking to support, and in comes the smokes in order to do that. But CGN, they are pushing forward nonetheless.
He's got the right idea as well. Doesn't quite know where to look. He's trying to find anything but cannot find anyone. Still, it's giving them control of the site. The respect being shown by Desire once they hear the ult come out does let CGN get control, but no one's gone down so far. All coming out now as well from Fekia to try and do something, and it will set Tag up, but they still went out in the gunfight even through the concuss. It's a great start. It's 2 for 2 onto either side at this point, but it's by the looks of it, Desire starting to pick up a little bit of steam. Benny getting 1 back, 2 for his team, and suddenly things are looking a little bit dicey for Desire. Only Caden left standing, and he can't do enough.
Essential double kill for Benny in the middle there. As you said, Caden was coming in and just really starting to get something going for Desire in the middle of the round. It was sort of backing up that breach ultimate that we saw, but it just wasn't enough. And you've got to look at that and start to get concerned for Desire, because even when they are throwing that utility in there, it's still not getting them the rounds. They've got 4 online. Surely that is enough to buy them a round.
Can't buy a round. You're hoping so they come back to it. I mean, so much so they've called an attack timeout, even with 4 ults online. Yeah, I remember looking at some of the coaches' notes about, you know, what changed between Split 1 and Split 2. And they were saying, you know, back in Split 1, we got a little bit too sure of ourselves. We were convinced we'd won, we were convinced we were the best, and our mental was shattered after that loss. And we fixed it coming into Split 2. This is where you're going to have to see some of that repaired mental really starting to shine in here, because CGN, as I've already said, are pulling them from pillar to post. It feels like Desire can do nothing to really get on top of them. They've got 4 ults online, but I'm just concerned that on the other side, Azuri is about to get the Killjoy online. So they have a way to shut down any aggression that might come on through to force Desire away. The space-making ability is there, and if they try and burn 2 or 3 ults in this next round, it's going to sting if you go down 6-0. That is going to be mental broken at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Missouri was the one that I was looking at, particularly, like you say, to be able to... It just means Desire have got to be cautious, because they don't want to be throwing those ults in, like you say, and then, oh, we've got the lockdown coming in from CGN, so all of a sudden we've not got that round. We've not done it on the back of throwing all that utility in there. So Azuri certainly one to watch for this round. Maybe that he goes in with a priority to picking up an orb or getting that final point and just getting it online ready to go.
In 5 rounds in, I was talking about Wacky coming up against Element and how the 2 Raze players would stack up. So far, Wacky's sat at 1 and 5, Element at 8 and 2, so you could not see two different tails of the tape if you wanted to see it coming out. Tag finds one of those, Element going down. The man of the moment I was just speaking about will have no more part in this round, so a good starting point there. Again, with all these ults online here, you're expecting to see something come out, and I think that's why CGN are being careful. They know that there's a lot that can work against them here, and they don't want to force the issue and run straight first into a couple of ults coming out.
Absolutely not. Vincent Azuri going to pick up 2, make that 3 as they turn the round on its head. Once again, they create space. There's an opportunity in here to get the spike down. That's exactly what they're going to go for. Plant completed, and it is looking like another round going towards CGN.
Any chance of having some proactivity with these ults has been shut down as well, because now that both of the Killjoys have got their ults online, Tag's kind of forced to hold on to his for when we see Azuri bring it out. So it's going to be more defensive, reactive play coming out from Desire, rather than being the ones to have some semblance of control in this game. 2 players left, Kane and Tag seeing what they can do. Can't land anything, and Shazam lands them all. It's 6-0 to CGN, and I spoke about that mental, Tim. It could well be in the gutter.
Yeah, exactly that. It's starting to get to that point where it's a rolling stone now. How do you stop CGN, and how do you stop this push that they are making forward? They've got 3 ults online that they can play behind. We've mentioned Azuri in the last round with that lockdown. That's one to watch, and it is going to be something potentially that can really help them push forward should we see that use come in from Desire.
And little small moments like that at the end as well. You're taking a 2v1 and you've lost. You know, you've both tried to swing out at the same time. You're half a second to a second apart. You're not landing your shots. Those are the things that will make a difference. The small micro moments like that. You know, we speak about Fnatic all the time and how good a team they are. You look at how many clutches they can win out. It is absolutely absurd. So you have to be able to win in those micro moments to shut down a big team. I'm not saying CGN are Fnatic in this context, but for Desire, they may as well be.
A great opener from Tag, to be fair there, but does get picked up in a trade as Yuri will be taken down. We're down to pistols on the side of Desire. They're certainly stacked up against it when it comes in, you know, when you start looking at that utility and what is available on the board. There's heavy shields across the side of CGN, so they really should have a big advantage in these gunfights.
They should. I mean, with the kill they get up top, they at least managed to get the Guardian on side. They'll get the rifle, sorry, and they got a Guardian on side, and they've just picked up another rifle as well. So for Benny and Azuri going down, it has given something back to the other side, but Element just picks off Zazie there on the wallbang angle as well. Looks like it's going to be a full send for CGN in towards the A site here. It's been their go-to. It's been the absolute favourite. They've got the space. They've got the smokes, but out comes the Brim ultimate. Dodge away for at least a quick second, and now they can step back in. So again, we've seen a couple of these ults come out now, Tim. And suddenly things are starting to look a little bit more ropey. Wacky comes out, won't find anything with that ult as well. That's such a stinger. That was the power moments for them with those 2 ultimates, and they've got nothing, nada from either of them.
I feel like that's exactly what CGN have been waiting for. They've known that this, you know, round was going to come where they would see those ults drop in and they would have to react to it, and they've just played it fantastically well. They've just gone up against it with patience. They've managed to keep themselves out of danger, and they've still got the round done, even with Desire throwing in the orbital strike, throwing in the showstopper. It hasn't been enough to turn the round for them. CGN still had the answers.
Did, even with those early 2 kills coming out as well, just really Desire struggling to get on the board at all here as well. We know they've had that timeout. We know they've burnt through a couple of ults now, and again, the pressure is on the other side. You're about to have 4 ults online for CGN if they need them in a pinch, and so far they've done great without them. How terrifying will they be with them online?
Immediate push coming in from CGN towards that A side. You can see the utility being deployed as well.
Oh, no.
I think they're going to get aggressive, and that is their Element picking up VQ, and that now leaves us with the spike going down and Desire on the back foot again.
I keep on speaking about being pulled from pillar to post. Same
They really are.
All the utility stacked up on the B site. They were fully expecting to see CGN run there, and CGN have gone, you know what? Nah, we'll go and hit A again. And where I do really want to give loads of kudos to CGN here is every attacker's got just that smallest thing about it that's a little bit different. The Raze pushing deep in towards ramp, for example, and taking out the breach for free. Now we're probably about to find Wacky, who has no idea that he's this close. Now found out, of course, for a second. Defender Killjoy coming out on top as well. This is where really CGN have got to decide what they want to do. They don't want to match it, so they're going to have to find some kills or back away. The answer so far has been back away.
Gonna see the Nightfall coming out there. Is it enough for them to be able to back it up? Vince and Azuri, Shazam, they all say no, it's not. And that is gonna be another round for CGN. Gonna have Benny getting picked up by the spike at the end.
Not the end of the world, is it? At this point, they are dripping
really
in
is.
gold. They don't care about spending a little bit of cash at this point. I mean, I just saw for a second, I missed who it was, but one of them is literally maxed out in the bank as well with 9k. They've now had to spend their way through. But this is what I meant about Element's push on ramp there. They had no idea that was coming, and they're so used to seeing this kind of storm down middle coming out from Desire to come and try and retake side that they said, okay, actually, an adaptation we can make here to catch them off guard is to cut them on their rotate through mid. There's always something ever so slightly different. Think back to Azuri in the early rounds when he was starting on North. Here he's come straight down south to join his team. And a good bit of aggression coming out from Desire at the bottom of B. They are trying to go aggressive on towards them. There's already a smoke down, though. They've got to push through smoke, and they had Azuri holding. He can't do it. This is good from Desire. They've got 3 kills.
It's much better. Azuri really needed to hold on at the bottom of the mapping gate there. Being cleared out is allowing that wraparound to come in from Desire, and all of a sudden CGN, they've got to think fast. Shazayon, he manages to get a kill, and the spike is going down, but we will see a big kill come into Benny, leaving us now 1 versus 4, and there's going to be nothing that Shazayon can do.
I absolutely love it. I've spoke so many times
that was
about
way better from Desire.
Yeah, I mean, really, there everything again hinged on Azuri being the sentinel, right? He was the one holding the flank. They had the preventative smoke down. They expected that to come out of Desire. Whether it's a bit of prep, whether it's just expectation, they knew that this push was coming, but simply could not win the gunfights. And the battle is, because they'd lost the back, and you could see this really rapid rotate from Desire, the 2 players that had gone in towards spawn and rotated up towards A, the spot they got into, there was no way that we could see Benny get down there to get his ult off and get one of them back on their feet. So a real, I suppose, difficult moment for them there that they couldn't make use of the Sage ult. But Tim, speaking of ults, just look at the difference.
I was just going to say, you've got now CGN
5
with
online.
5 online. They are ready to roll. And looking across at the side of Desire, what have they got to fight against it? They've got a Rolling Thunder that may be online. If Feku can pick up that ult point that he needs in this round, it's not going to be enough to be going up against what CGN can throw at this at the minute. They're not going to mind losing a round at all. But looking towards the side of Desire, what was good about that last round? What do they need to take forward? For me, it's a word that I used a couple of times, you know, to describe CGN: decisiveness.
Yes.
That push from those 2 early on cleared out Azure. It just opened up the entire round for them, and they need a bit more of that. They need to start trying to take the fight to CGN, because right now, you've said it yourself a couple of times, Des, they're setting up on a site. Oh, CGN are over on the other side. Oh, they've got it planted and they're on a retake. And they're just not taking the fight enough. It's sort of all being fought on CGN's terms.
I just like how even forcing into spawn like they did just a second ago, really what you're then trying to force out of the other side is, okay, we know they're not pushing in towards B because we hold this spawn location. Look now, look, for example, they're trying to force 2 players immediately up towards north side, see if there's anything coming down there, and then send at least 1 player in through mid, the breach in this case. CGN just slowly walking their way up towards A here. Quiet as a mouse. The explosion will come on through. Straight away, we've got the Seekers coming out, though. That's going to be their march on forward from Shazayon to see if A is free, which it is. All the utility comes out, and now the push comes in.
Interestingly, Azuri just playing this a little bit deeper than last time. He was right down there in spawn looking to take that fight, but instead using utility to be able to watch that rear flank, and it has slowed down Desire. Spike is planted, and now we are on that retake. Desire looking to have to push through smokes. They're starting to clear, but time is ticking down. Still 5v5. We haven't had that opening kill. We do see the Killjoy lockdown coming into play, though. Great use of that.
Timing on it as well. Like, they've had the site for a while. The spike's been down for a good amount of time. It actually got destroyed off there as well. They must have found it and shot it out. That now gives agency for Desire to flood on forward. And there we go. The classic Rays bouncing around the corner. And they almost clean house. In fact, they do entirely clean house. Benny's gone as well. That one's one of those that for a second I really thought CGN had played it slowly and carefully. The Killjoy coming out was enough. But Desire, the last 2 rounds that we've seen them win have been on the back of a little bit of aggression, a little bit of pace. It's looking good.
Yeah, they didn't panic. They picked their moment. You know, we saw, as you said, that spike went down. They were smoked out. They had to just wait for the moment to push forward. And then, like you said, I think clearing out that lockdown particularly was a big moment for them. You get that cleared out, and it just opened up the site for them.
Just seeing a Rays just bounce into view around the corner, and your aim's just like, I can't keep up, and before you know it, you're dead. It's so frustrating. They did burn a couple of ults out, though, so it's not far from the end of the world from Desire here. They've at least burnt down some of those resources and got the round as well. If they can pull this back to an 8-4, that will feel like a smash and grab operation. Oh, look at Azuri. He's ready.
Prowler sent straight out, but not going to find anything. Azuri does take down YK, leaving us 5 versus 4. But CGN, if they try to push this A site again, they are going to be pushing into utility. We've got Tag playing a lot of the Killjoy traps over there to try and just slow things down on the A side. As you say, nice trade comes in, 4 versus 3, and the push continues from CGN onto the A site, and they are not far away from having the space they need to put this spike down.
He had no idea Shazam was that close. I don't think he even saw the cross. The angle that he was holding as well just completely fell away from him. And this is feeling much more CGN. I love from Azuri as well how he's taken that fight on the north side, then immediately wrapped down to the bottom through the zip lines to join his team and watch their backside so there's no push coming on through, which meant those 4 could focus on getting the spike down. Really enjoying what we're seeing so far. Feku finds one, not at all going to be surprised. Not like he was just a few rounds ago.
That's it, CGN just dipping back to play a little bit deeper here. They know that they don't need to push the challengers. The Fade is going to send the Prowler across site, but again, doesn't pick up any information. So Desire are just trying to find anybody that they can at the minute. Feku manages to pick up Element, but it's likely too late. The challenge comes in. Vince gets 1, Vince gets 2, and CGN, they get themselves back onto the winning side to take round 11, leading 9-2.
Much better, yeah. I feel like they sort of settled into that round and played it a little bit more methodically. They played for the trays, they had Azuri rotate down and join them. Just things all working in their favor, much better than they did in the previous couple. Just bring us towards that last round of the half, so spend it or lose it here inside of the game itself before we get to see that side switch. And for me, it's going to be really interesting to see how Desire respond when they're the ones that are dictating the pace of rounds.
Yeah, I think for me, CGN there, like you say, they recognise that they've faced that aggression for a couple of rounds and maybe meeting it head on wasn't the answer. So it was just a little bit more measured. You know, once that spike was down, let's sit back, let's not push this, let's wait for the fights to come for us, and it paid off. As you say, there's going to be everything thrown at this one. It's round 12, so you might as well, before that side switch comes in. All the utility stacked up on that A side again, and CGN, they're playing into it.
Azuri's just everywhere, isn't he? Now he's holding over towards B, just in a really weird off position as to where he's been playing previously, with the other 4 all trying hard to commit towards this A site once again, but the utility is stacked up, the smokes are down, they're pretty much ready. Almost connected there as well. Zazzy was just so stuck in the animation lock, and he was like, oh god, this could be really miserable. Still, long-range shots coming out, Azuri creating at least a little bit of attention and draws some of the utility over, and now the full team are rotating over too.
Look at the speed here. Azuri's gone over, done a little bit of scouting and said, look, B is free, let's think about getting in there, but there's been a good response from Desire. We can see the smokes have been put out, and it's just halted that swing across from CGN. It leaves them now at 30 seconds, losing Vince. Wacky picking up the kill there, and this is a good response from Desire to that sudden switch across from A to B that CGN were trying to deliver.
They're just daring them to swing anything here as well, but there's no one inside a tower, there's no nothing. It was weird because Desire brought out the Brimstone and then rolled immediately the breach over the top, but no one was on site. They'd already backed away. So essentially for free, CGN rated out 2 ultimates, but it goes to show ults do not determine a round. They're still in a 2 versus 4 as Desire have come out on top with a few of these gunfights.
2 versus 4, 1 versus 4 as Caden manages to find the first. The diffuser is going in, but somehow Azuri manages to pick up 3 before Feku gets the only kill that matters, Des, the last one. And then he's able to successfully defuse that spike, but boy oh boy, did Azuri nearly deliver a knockout blow at the end of the round.
I really enjoyed watching Azuri in that half. He just seemed to be everywhere.
Great, pure entertainment.
A one-man army.
Look at that.
These beautiful shots for a start, but it's been the story of the whole half for me. It's been the movement he's had around the map, the consistent thorn in the side that he's been to Desire when they've tried to get something done. It's just been beautiful to watch. Overall, really entertaining first half. Really success from some CGN bar. A couple of trip-ups where Desire did show a little bit of aggression and willingness to be proactive about things. And like I said earlier, now they're on the attacking side, they get to dictate the pace of these rounds and where the action happens. I really want to see a different Desire come out in half 2, because I say it about the other game we work in, Tim, there are 2 halves to a game of anything.
VALORANT.
There are indeed. And the second half can change everything.
Certainly can do. Desire need a couple of strong rounds.
Game of football as well, Tim. There's 2 halves in that.
Certainly is. 2 halves to lots of things. They need a really strong start to Desire here. You can see the immediate push coming in towards B. There's a lot of utility getting thrown around the Nano Swarm, just pushing them back a little bit, just preventing that push coming through, as you say, the delay tactics working. But they've got themselves onto site, but the spike gets dropped. As Shazay on Azuri go wild inside. Element manages to pick up tag as well, and it leaves Zazie all alone. A quiet player so far. I've not had cause to use that name too much, and I'm not going to have cause here in round 13. CGN, they were steadfast there, Des. They were not hit by surprise as that push came onto B. Desire, they could not get in there.
It's just a look at the map here. Look how many players from CGN are already on site, ready to react to this push coming on through. They had no idea that Azuri was sat inside of B. The timing of the tower player coming out was just ever so slightly off as well. And I just love the stall that came out from CGN. The use of the utility, the paint shells coming out, the smokes, you name it. The Nano Swarm, it was all there to slow them down for that extra 5-10 seconds that let the rest of CGN gather over. We did not see that in the first half from Desire, I think even once.
You've got Tag there already picking up 4 ult points after the first round, so definitely a push from Desire to get that lockdown online as soon as they can. It'll be a little while yet, but something to keep an eye on. They're going to actually be pushing underneath, looking to wrap around onto B side, I think, here, but they are going to face challenge as they try to come around that corner into Arcade.
I love it. They baited the touch of the orbs to try and get him to swing, and no one actually swings as Shazay finds 2. Finally put in the dirt by Zazie, but the damage has been done. Look at the health bars. Wacky and Zazie almost out of this round already. It's a good attempt from Desire as well, but I think we had Element watching towards spawn over on the east side of the map. That just let, again, CGN know that all the action was coming in towards B, and you can see the outcome. They have absolutely decimated Desire here.
Yeah, Azuri coming in with a fantastic kill, and again, using that killjoy just to play in behind the utility. We saw the alarm bot, we saw the turret there, just feeding that information in and giving them every opportunity to swing on. And then you had Vince backing it up with the smoke that was deployed, and now you find yourself in a situation where Zazie once again is left last alive. Vince picks him up, and that's going to be 11-3, and CGN, I think, can only be described as cruising here on Fracture.
A couple more rounds and this one is done and dusted. I'd be shocked if it swings back the other way. Ooh, this is a Jacob special. I know he's doing some of the camera work for us over in Dublin. That's his heart and soul. But you saw them for a second again. The beauty of the play, I actually liked out the Desire how they played that. Real good control of the orbs, tried to use the second one for the bait to get the swing from tower. It simply did not happen. They were not falling for it. Played the game nice and patient. And CGN once again have been rewarded.
Flash out!
Going to be opening in then. We see smokes deployed immediately, which would suggest just trying to, again, curtail that pace of Desire, looking to get into the site. They've been held back. They're not able to start pushing through Arcade up on the top site yet. And we just have, though, keep an eye on Tag moving across that bottom side, looking to maybe just apply a bit of pressure from the opposite side of B at the same time.
This is the bonus round as well. Let's not forget for CGN, right? They're still holding on the guns that have been successful so far. It's the full buy round coming out for Desire. But as it stands, it's not really feeling that way. They kind of went all ham-fisted out for the orb. Managed to get control of that. Zazie went down a couple of seconds later. So they're just losing out here in places where they've now ground to a halt. They've got 3 players on the side of CGN. Stacked up here, ready and waiting for the push to come on through that no one is biting into. And you've got Element working his way up on the flank as well.
Yeah, he's going to be coming face-to-face with Tag's utility there, so knows that he isn't necessarily going to be able to push beyond that because Tag will be aware. But if nothing else, it's doing a job of just holding them at bay again, keeping Desire from pushing on into sight. Important gunfights in the next 5 or 10 seconds as they push forward. No idea that Azuri is behind the corner. It's 1, 2, 3, and that's a knockout blow in round 16.
Is Azuri invisible? Is the man a ghost? That's been the second time so far since the side spot that he's been sat on the B site and has just been like, oh, freebies, hello. It's like Christmas made all over again. Wacky the first one, turns onto the breach for the second as well. It's just an absolute massacre. The man is having one hell of a game.
just beautiful his awareness of where the pressure's coming from. The first one's pretty reactive. Somebody jumps in front of him. Yep, I'll take the shot. But then it's the swing left, and it's I'm going to be pushed from the right as well. Absolute beautiful 3K from Azuri. Look at this aggression coming in from Desire. Feku down and whacking both, picking one apiece up and giving them at least an early advantage, 4 versus 3.
Yeah, CGN, they really wanted to catch them off guard there before they could get set up. And fair play, Desire were ready. They were guns up, focused on the objective, and they managed to get a couple on the way through. But obviously now things have changed. They have got the plant going down for a second, but Wacky has to step away. I think scared about the paint shells coming on, raining on through from an Element. This 3 versus 3 kind of becomes a micro round within itself, and it's Caden to get the first.
A good advantage there for Desire. Spike being planted at the same time. There is utility in the hands of Element here that could potentially be used. He's going to play in behind the alarm bot as expected, just trying to gather that information. But perfectly timed hunt coming in from Fade there just to reveal that position. Zazie manages to pick up a kill. Not the player that had been revealed, but does pick up Vince and leaves them now 3 versus 1. And Element's got a huge job to do.
Yes, I love the little peek around as well, just to get the information, let them know what's going on. They were exposing nothing there. Wacky even rotating over through tower itself and coming down the other side. Beautiful stuff, and Desire do get another round on the board.
Yep, we're closed out there. See if CGN maybe tries to bring that same level of aggression again, or whether lesson has been learnt. They're going to spread out, split either side. We've got a couple on B, 3 heading over to A, but no, then we have a little rethink, and it's going to be a bit more manpower on the B side.
Desire have forced B every single time so far, and CGN are expecting a change over to A at some point that just simply isn't coming. But what they've done here, which I think is really clever, is throw Benny over towards the A side, and if they do see the aggression coming on through, they've got the wall they can put up there again to buy a little bit of time. Caden once again has got the read on the early aggression. It's Element taken offline. I'm keeping a really close eye this time though, Tim, on those 2 lockdowns available for either side. They could be the decision maker in this game.
Yeah, we're getting to that point where ultimates are going to start deciding rounds more than likely, and it's a little bit of a game at the minute as to who blinks first and who brings that out. CGN, of course, only needing 1 round, both of them, as you say, identical use. Just going to be closing out those areas. Orbital strike thrown in as well. Ooh, we do have 1 lockdown destroyed, though. It's going to be CGN's that goes by the wayside, so they are the ones that have to play a little bit more reactively.
Well, I like it. It's giving them access to push in and make use of their own killjoy better so, although for a second it looks a bit like, huh? Why? They read up where it was so well, and Wacky goes absolutely smacky onto Vince and Azuri, both taken off the board. This looks to be another Desire round. Another ult coming out. Wacky fires it out, finds absolutely nothing. And Benny and Shazam have got it all to do here. It's a big ask for them as well to take out 3 and get this fight disabled. It's not going to happen because Wacky's popping off this round, finds a 3, and Desire keep the dream alive for a little bit longer.
Beautiful use of the Prowler coming out there, just giving that information once again, whether it picks up the trail or whether it gets shot out, it's still just giving away that location, and the kill came in quickly on the back of it. So a great round from Desire, and this has been the thing for me for Desire. When things go right for them, it goes really right, and, you know, they've got the answers, but unfortunately, they just seem to be a little bit off the pace sometimes. CGN just that step ahead, but when they're both going at the same objective, when they both go in there at the same time, Desire showing that they are certainly capable of competing at least.
I don't think, I mean, CGN are in a wonderful position right now, but they've got 7 rounds they can keep on messing up. They can save all 5 ults online like some teams do and just force it in, I don't know, 5 rounds time or so and feel in a very good position. One thing they did get from that last round and bringing out the Killjoy was you burned 2 ults on the other side as well. Tag had to burn his in response, and Wacky brought his out. We also had Caden bringing his out on top. So Desire maybe have over-invested ults there. They had 3 ults come out in the round, for example, when they were already in a commanding position. That could come back to bite them is my only worry now.
We are going to have a push over towards the A side for a bit of a change in tack from Desire, it looks like. It's taken them a good 30 seconds to decide that that was the play. We can see the rotation coming immediately, though, from CGN. How reactive, 2 players straight across mid-des, looking to push through A-Link now, and they're going to be trying to, again, just back up for when these smokes start dissipating. They're in a position to take fights and prevent Desire being able to push on in. There's 2 playing deep in backside as well, and CGN are holding on pretty well so far.
They are. They're just being careful, and I was about to say there could be a massive battle over the ramp. The 2 players that are sat in mid, for example, on a fight up there. It's not happening so far, and it's Becky to start with 1. Benny falls down on the other side. So wall offline, no recharge on that bad boy. Element steps through for another. Zazzy into a second. They have got control of the site here, but it's about the kills coming on through that really starts to make a difference. Full control established. And this is where that spike should be able to go down. And once again, it's a retake coming in from CGN, but only 2 players are left standing. And Tim, my concern is they are broke if they lose this round.
Desire once again have done a good job of breaking down what CGN were trying to do. Zazzy's going to pick up Azure, and Zazzy definitely getting into the game more on this attacking half for Desire. A little bit quiet through the beginning, but definitely had some big rounds. It's going to be all up to Element. Fraction of health left. Just trying to push around the map, see if he can pick one up, but it's going to be unlikely. Just keep hold of the gun, I think.
You know what I realised back in the first half that I could have used? When we had CGN sweep a site and winner could have been it is free from Desire. Just drop a little lyric in there. I would have loved that one. I'll save that one for another day, Tim. You have that one for free for now.
Well, you've just used it.
Well, I've explained it. I've kind of broke the fourth wall. I haven't used it in the moment.
If you go to explain your joke, Des, it's not usually funny.
No, it can be. Or it could just be the receiver's really stupid.
I don't think so.
Depends who's listening. All right.
Well then, Desire pick up another round? It's going to be 6-12. They now face. They're starting slowly, 3 in a row, and that's all you can do at this point. You know, you find yourself 12-3 down. You've just got to take it a round at a time at that point, because otherwise it's just going to get overwhelming. Like you say, the mental game, something that Desire have worked on, and they're showing that they've got some good resilience here. They're fighting their way back into things. I think they're probably going to have CGN just guessing a little bit more as to where it's going to go. Look at this immediate pressure coming towards A. 2 quick kills from FairQ, and that leaves us very quickly in a 5 versus 3.
Again, they've invested so heavy is my concern, and so early. Sure, they get the spike down here. They've got a couple of kills. Round is pretty much cemented, but I'm not really sure if the Nightfall was necessary. They need to bring out the ultimate from the Fade. I'm not too sure. Either way, decision's been made. Round is pretty much locked up at this point, as only Element is left standing, and I'm pretty sure he can't pull off a 1 versus 4. He's found himself a couple, but that still means there's 3 more left to go.
Yeah, we're going to have Caden just going to be smoking off the avenue that they know was being pushed by Element, but he's going to be able to circumvent that, move himself around. But once again, the molly comes in, and it's just keeping him away from that spike, forcing him into the gunfights, and there's very little time remaining for him to do anything with it. Tries the fake, tries to just pull them out of position, but FairQ 1 step ahead, manages to find that final kill, and that is going to be the 4th round in a row for Desire.
Looking good as well. They're building up quite an economy here as well, just to pick up the off as well. So very good position for them to be in. And small little moments like there again towards the end when we had the Brimstone bring out the molly, immediately rotated down through underpass and back up to join his team. So it was a 3 versus 1 against Element there. Surely you'd hope, I know we already saw Azuri do it, but you'd really count on Element not being able to win a 1 versus 3.
Again, stacked up towards that B site. Desire going to try a similar attack here, but if they do, they're going to be coming straight up against that Sage barrier. Shot out and dealt with quite quickly, but the fact that they've done that, you can see, has forced them back through spawn into a rotate. Now they're going to go underneath the map, come up on the other side. Is it going to be a push onto B still, but coming in from the opposite direction?
Well, either or at this point. The fact that you've got Tag watching off towards one side may very well suggest it, or is just at the very least prepping for his team to move that way.
Going towards it.
My only concern about this, Tim, is the utility stack that is currently sat on that A site. That could be the stinger, and it feels like CGN have a read. They've moved 2 players over through mid. They feel ready for this one, Tim. There's 4 of them staring at where Desire should be pushing on through. Now that question mark comes, do Desire read into that themselves and back away?
Yeah, Asiri's just sat deep in sight with 2 nano swarms to play behind, but Element's going to get taken out. We see the concuss, but again, no kill is able to follow in behind it. Wacky picking up Benny in a straight gunfight there, Zazzy as well, and it's all going in Desire's favour. That's going to be the round done once again, and they pick up another 8-12. Could they do it, Des? 12-3 down, fighting their way right back into things.
The thing is, Tim, I come back to what I said earlier on about trying to bank up these ults on the other side, and I feel at this point maybe Desire have also relented themselves, and they've learned a couple of really aggressive ultimates in the last few rounds, but here they'll have nothing online to deal with, but potentially 3 or 4 that will come out across the next couple of rounds. Now, there is a timeout coming in for CGN. They could be having that conversation here and saying, right, guys, it's okay. We know what the game plan is. But you can't help but feel nervous. If things crumble over the next couple of rounds and they try and burn an ult or 2 and nothing happens off the back of it, Desire could very well just sweep in and take this map.
Got to remember as well, this was CGN's map pick. You know, they're really going to be wanting to pick this up. And the thing is, like you say, yes, they can maybe get that last round that they need using the ults. They can maybe play in behind that. But again, you've got to feel, you know, what's the message to the team there? Look, they've fought us back from 12-3 all the way to the point where we just have to force around with ults. And that's the feeling going into the second map that's not your map choice. It's not going to be easy for CGN.
I'd love to see him come out quite aggressively here and try and force an orb, truthfully. I know it sounds a bit weird, but they're in a spot where they're in an eco. They've got to save money now for a couple of rounds. This means for Desire, it's a free chance, one, to build up their own bank in case things do get really dire, and they can start getting their own ults back online. Veku's not too far away. He's picking up so many kills that he's almost, again, about to have the Rolling Thunder back online. So they have their own response now to ults coming out from CGN. So CGN really have got to concede as much as possible this round. Like, have the money for next round to be able to go for a full buy, bring out 3 or 4 ultimates. That has to be the game plan, because with how momentum's going, I don't see them winning any other way, Tim.
No, like you say, it just starts to become, you know, sort of all your eggs in one basket to a degree. You're picking that round, and that's the one we're going to have to win. And it is not likely to be this one necessarily for CGN. As you say, they're on the basics. They're going to be on the pistols, and they are up against a serious stack of equipment on the other side for Desire. Desire pretty, as you say, spread at the minute. A couple up in the top spawn, couple bottom, sort of tentatively pushing towards both sides, really just applying a little bit of pressure, just prodding and seeing exactly where the resistance is met.
I thought Benny for a second might get himself into a pretty close range scrap then, which wouldn't be bad for him given he's currently sat on the Sheriff. But here we go, the collapse coming in from both sides. And as I said, this really should be a comfy closeout. In fact, Ultimate comes out over the top as well. I commented about this. I'd really like to have seen those saved up, but Elements brought it out a little bit too soon, I fear. That could cost them in the next couple of rounds, Tim.
Yeah, it certainly could do. I think, you know, given the situation of the round, like you say, I'm not really sure how much you were going to benefit from that. But
you're in a full eco round.
This
like, the chance of you winning is like basically nil, so it feels really fruitless to bring the ult out.
Like, I get it. You're trying to get something going. You're trying to get that pick that really gets something going. But like you say, you're looking at tough gunfights. You know, even say the best comes out and you get 2 kills with it. You know, you're still in a situation where you've got a stack of pistols up against 3 rifles, shields, and utility. It is not going to be an easy win still from there. But what a chain that Desire have managed to put together. We've got to focus on how well they've done on the attack here so far, just absolutely dominating at the minute.
CGN, I feel, need to go for broke. They've got a full buy round, and if they lose this round, they're broke yet again, and then you're getting far too close to things like overtime. Element starts out. That is a massive start for them, because Wacky has had a good few rounds here. He's taken off the board. 3 ults still online, admittedly not the strongest ults in the world that you'd want on side to make use of, but ults nonetheless. Tag finds 1, finds 2, and suddenly Desire looking control once again.
They desperately needed that double, and they got it at the right time. Veku manages to get the spike planted as well, and all of a sudden, from being on that front foot with the opening kill, CGN, they are well and truly on the back foot now. But Azuri, we've seen it so much in the first half. He's been quiet in the second.
Oh my God.
Can he close it out here? That's 3. He's gonna be shut down here. Double from Tag, and that was so close for Azuri to come in and win things for CGN, but Desire, they say no.
That is unbelievable. What a scrappy end to the round, but Tag's the one who comes up huge when they need him most. They've still got the ults online, but like I said, now you're at a point that it's too late. You've got 3 players on the side of the Desire that are a single ult point away from having theirs online alongside the 2 they've already got. They've matched them. They've played the waiting game. CGN have taken too long to pull the trigger on trying to make something magic happen. It's all well and good having Azuri's lockdown online here, but what can you do off the back of it? The answer is very little. I think, Tim, we are guaranteed to see overtime if this carries on.
I think you're absolutely right. We can see Desire have stacked all Killjoy's utility up towards the top side of B here. They're just conscious, I think, of that split push that they faced last time. So CGN just wanting to prevent that happening. Desire this time have absolutely stacked themselves onto the bottom side of A. They're just going to be pushing up through there, looking to get a couple of early picks. Although there's a little bit of a movement coming through from them under the tunnel.
You should run.
There we go. That's just the Killjoy below as well, obviously immediately below the site here, just forces everyone away and is going to make things incredibly uncomfortable for CGN for a short amount of time here. And surely we're going to see Desire capitalise off the back of that and just charge all the way through. Good Concuss coming through as well to make even more room. It gives Becky all the time in the world here to get the spike down. Yet again, CGN have got to fight their way into the site.
So well played behind that lockdown, able to get 2 players detained in the meantime, get the spike down, just everything going Desire's way at the minute, except the gunfights as Azuri. He manages to pick up Wacky, and that is a great start as Element. He manages to get another Des. It's 5 versus 3.
This is an eco round as well. They haven't got rifles except for Azuri picking one up now. They're not playing at full strength, but they've managed to battle their way here into a 3 versus 3. Desire are still holding on. That's a great ult over the top as well. Zazi, you're looking the wrong way. You could have got yourself a freebie, but nothing comes from it. They get at least one, but it's what they can do on the next. In comes the swing as well. Desire, once again, have broken CGN wide open. One more round, and we're guaranteed to see overtime. Not a line I thought I would say after how that first half went. Look how many rounds in a row they've won, Tim.
No, it really didn't look like it was going to go that way. But again, commented coming into that round as about how those ults were ready to come online. They were there. The potential was, you know, right on the edge, and bang, what happens at the end of the round? Caden, he's able to throw in the orbital strike. It just completely forces CGN away from a spike that they were starting to play around a little bit. They had an opportunity potentially to look at the defuse, but they just couldn't get it done.
They're straight in. Wacky, he's not wasting any time. All on side, no one sadly playing on sides itself, so gets nothing from it. But Element was there, they didn't expect this one, I don't think, because he found himself a freebie. Shuzayan into a second as well. If you're going to burn ults, guys, now seems to be the time. Yet again, though, things are brought down to a 2 versus 2. There's one left standing, and Azuri can't win it. It's Tag coming up against Vince.
This whole game could be decided by this 1 versus 1 for the first map. And as you say, it's just a little bit of a delicate dance now as Tag has had a great second half, has spike in hand, could potentially do this, wins out the fight! Beautiful headshot onto Vince, and that is going to be taking us into overtime, Des.
Ah, worlds are coming together, Tim, here, and you say that line in a different game. This is unbelievable! 9 rounds on the bounce. It looks so game, set, and match for CGN. But they know they've given away a golden opportunity on their map pick to see things closed out in regulation. But it's been ripped away from them by a Desire team that did not know what the word stop meant, and that train has just kept on rolling.
Well, there we go.
What a crazy second half that was. That was
really
mental.
Absolutely fantastic game so far. You know, seeing the dominance from both teams, really. I feel like they've both shown up and delivered, you know, a good representation of what they're capable of, but have also shown a few of their weaknesses as well. And there's always been their other counterpart there to take advantage when those weaknesses have come out, but certainly the attackers having the better side of things so far.
And that's why I think you've got Desire with this timeout, right? They're starting on the defensive side. They know they're the only ones with the timeout to play with. If you're going to have a moment to kind of just calm down, reset the team after what must have been a thrilling yet exhausting 9-round win streak, they want to make sure they get it right on the defensive side here. Of course, there's no eco. Everyone comes in with the equal amount to spend. Everyone is on even footing. There is every chance here that Desire can start things strong here off the back of the momentum from how things played out not too long ago. And they could yet win this, and what a heartbreaker that would be for not just CGN, but for Zesht as well.
Desire are playing into what we saw in the early stages, the first half of this. It was a lot of pressure towards A site from CGN generally, so we've already seen the Killjoy of Tag there, just putting those nano swarms out. A lot of utility stacked up. You can see the turret's gone down as well. Everything towards lower A, but there's the potential here. I think CGN are looking for that push into B instead.
It's that rotate underneath more than anything else that's caught them off guard. Obviously, the main path through has been smoked off, so why not change it? Then Azuri's rotated up towards Dish. They've just really done a bit of a switcheroo here on exactly what the approach for the team is. And using that underside, they're actually rotating out towards A. Have completely changed up the game plan again, trying to pull Desire from pillar to post, because that's where they really stung them back in the first half. But look at the util stat coming out from Desire. They're ready for this, Tim.
Yeah, it plays into Desire's hands beautifully, does this. The turret's going to react in a second. We'll see whether Tag is able to swing off the back of it, tries, but can't find anything as CGN shuts him down in that situation. 5 versus 4, but now Desire are aware where the push is coming in from, but CGN, they're stacking it in numbers, Des, and they are finding kills. That's the second. 5 versus 3, pushing forward towards site.
Don't they know about Zazie, who's up real close there as well. More util coming out for a second as he gets caught in the Sage slow field. They knew this wall was coming because on every single attack, CGN have this Sage wall down to make it safe to get the cross through. So again, I like the adaptation being shown here. You can see how Desire have grown as the game has gone on, but they've got to win a 3 versus 4, Tim.
It's not going to be easy, that much is for sure, but they're just holding the positions at the time being. We have a bit of a trade. Element manages to pick up Wake, but Zazie manages to find that kill in return, but left all alone. Shazam manages to get the final kill, and that's going to be a round win for CGN. As soon as they get themselves back on the attack, the big question is, who is going to be the first to hold out on defense?
It's going to be one of those games, isn't it? It's going to be who can have that successful defense chained off the back of a successful attack. Again, this is very much a blowback to what we saw back in the first half. Really good trade play coming out of CGN. The main rounds they were losers when they were trying to play for like 1v1s, 1v2s, whatever it might be. But here, they're stacking up as a unit, they're moving at pace. There's no real slowdown or stall tactics coming out of Desire, the same as again we saw back in that first half. Just really interesting seeing the 2 different styles of these teams come out.
Yeah, it really has been. We're going to have the timeout coming in from CGN as well. You know, basically the same thing as Desire did, I think. You know, they know they're coming into that defensive round now. This is where we struggled so far. We need to take that time, have that discussion. How are we going to get this locked down?
Whew. It's a hard one to call. Really hard. Yeah, CGN have broken that 9-round curse, but really it's the attacker-sided curse, or the defender-sided curse that's been the main drawback on both of these teams, it feels. And it's one of them where I can't really sit here and say, oh, well, there's a previous round here that you've just seen that you can now reference to something they have to change. No. At this point, it's very much each round itself is going to be so unique. And the one thing I will give to Desire is when they did realize they can really pull the trigger and go, 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 they've made it work wonderfully.
I think for a defensive team to win, honestly, I think it's just going to be the ones who can just pick up 2 kills at the beginning of a round and just get themselves a numbers advantage.
Is it a jury?
Yeah, somebody is just going to pick up those 2 kills at the beginning of the round, get a numbers advantage, and the team can then play behind it. Alarm bot is going to go in, nothing to follow that up though, and that still leaves us with a tentative start. We can see Desire just backing off a little bit to sort of lower B side there, looking to formulate that push through, wait for the smokes to clear, but more utility is coming out. Smoke is replaced.
CGN have got, like, they're playing 2 and 2 essentially. 2 players ready to trade. 2 ready to swing up towards north side. 2, I think it was the Azuri and Vince were looking to swing towards south side when the push did come on through. Now, Desire attacked, if we recall rightly, B pretty much every single time, bar 1 or 2, and they actually rotated over towards A towards the end of things. But to begin with, everything was focused on towards B. And I feel like CGN have read that, but may now pay for it. As you can see, Desire are finally rotating away towards the other side.
That's it. I was just waiting for that. They were stalling out with the spike in tree there, but as the push came through Dish, I think the recognition there that, hang on a minute, we've got no defenders over here on A side. This is the push to make, and we can see them looking to go in and get control. A kill goes in either direction, leaving us 4 versus 4.
Site control taken though, which is the most important part, and then get this spike down. It feels like the most said line in this game, we're now in for yet another retake, and somehow Feku is still alive. Probably could have gone down to those paint shells if he was any unluckier. But here we go, it's Caden up for 1, looks for a second, can't quite find his man. Desire in control, it feels like 13-13 is on the way.
Yeah, it certainly does. Zazie and Feku managing to pick kills up. Feku with the final one, trade onto Element, and that is our round. Still no successful defense there.
Feku got his ult on that towards the end of it as well. Absolutely popping off in this game as well. 23 kills he's found himself up at. Still, I'm really not sure how much longer this game can go on, because they could go on for a very, very long time. It's more the kind of comment I'm trying to make there with how back and forth it's been throughout the game itself in terms of the attacker favor. That has continued into overtime. So someone has really got to spice it up and find something different to do. Honestly, I think if Desire can respond to Benny's Sage Walls, because they have been really valuable in getting the spike down, if they can respond well to those, we're having a very different conversation.
Look at this immediate pressure coming out. We see Desire really trying to wrap around the back there, but Shazam manages to shut that down. Wacky taken out, and that is going to leave us with them having to really rethink there and back off. But CGN, they've got themselves all together in the spawn, spike in hand, and they are not rushing this one.
Now, and I spoke about the effects of these walls as well, and you saw it then. Benny bringing it out towards A side. Any kind of push that might have come in as an assist from the members of DSY that were over there, simply not going to happen. They broke through their own wall now. They're charging in towards A side. Desire thought they were safe. Turns out they are not.
Yeah, the call's been made, and you can see that the breach is pushing across. Veku's trying to assist, but the map control of site is almost certainly going to go in favor of CGN here. They're pushing forward in numbers, just waiting for that smoke to be able to play in behind it. The spray comes through, but doesn't find anybody. 40 seconds, they haven't got the spike in there yet. But into site it goes, opportunity to get it down.
Tag could have won that for them, but he got hit by a paint shell, and the voice line that came out gave his position away. That's why he had to get out of dodge, and that really, again, may have just saved this round for CGN. On the march, there you go. 3 kills for Element. Shazam with the close. Desire, once again, on the back foot, but they're going onto the attacking side, Tim. We could hit 30, Tim. I tell you what, the first game that you and I ever cast together, I'll say the name, I don't mind. We cast Siege together. The very first series we ever cast went to max rounds possible. 15 rounds, 15 rounds, 15 rounds across 3 maps in a best of 3. There are no max maps that we'll play to here, but it feels so fitting that the first ever map we cast together of Valorant is overtime,
and it's bouncing back and forth.
It's going to drag right up, absolutely.
I wonder what the longest game of competitive Valorant is.
I'm actually not sure, you know. I'd have to find out. We've got enough experts in the building to ask. It's just ludicrous, isn't it? Seems to have a trend of following us, Tim. I'm now regretting my decision.
Right then, here we go. We've got a push towards B. There's battles coming in already. Desire have tried that split push once again. They've got the spike up on the top side, looking to move through Arcade and get pushed in. But here goes Azuri. Only picks up 1 before being traded out. And that is a 4 versus 2 quickly. And it does not look destined for the defenders to hold on. Not just yet.
It doesn't, actually.
It doesn't.
Grenade coming on through. It does force Wacky out into the open.
That's
Element
not bad, though.
man off.
2 versus 3 now.
Yeah, it's a starting point. They've got quite a bit of utility still to play with as well, whereas the side of Desire are pretty low at this point. They could do a lot of work, but of course not. Tag is the problem. Vince down to a 1 versus 2. Trying to make use of the smoke here as well. You shouldn't get away with this. Kaden comes in. Does bait him off for a second. One inside of tower. Steps in, finds his 1. Can he find his man? This is it for the win. Vince, now is now or never. It's against Kaden. Finds his man! And Vince will get the shutdown. CGN will finally break the curse and take first map in this best of 3.
That was so close at the end, and Vince has been a little bit quiet at times, but when his team really needed him, what a step up. There was a bit of me, Des, that was like, stick it, as he was going. He had about 1.5 seconds left to go, but he came off, let it go to that halfway point, soft stop, and then knew that he could get that kill. He was confident, and it paid off. CGN managing to get that lockdown in the end. They were the team that could pick up the defense, but I tell you what, Desire gave them a real matchup there on Fracture.
Didn't they just? I mean, first half we were speaking about it. CGN running away with this one, dragging Desire from pillar to post. It didn't even look close, and then we got onto a 9-round win streak coming out from Desire to say, actually, this could be one hell of a series. That's only map 1 in. That's the craziest thing.
And we're now moving on to Desire's map choice. It's going to be split for the next one. And honestly, who knows where that's going to... I'm hoping that we see a few more successful defenses. I can't lie, Des.
Seeing it's good attacks is fun, but sometimes you do want to see a little bit of variance.
I'd like to see a little bit of success on defense, if we could.
Absolutely. Well, unsurprisingly, our 2 MVPs, Element, a player that we came in talking about, and on the other side, Veku just seemed to be everywhere, non-stop. We saw Tag really morph in that second half. Wacky came online after a really poor start, 1 and 5 after 5 rounds. Did get his way back into it. And I know he's not top of the the scoreboard necessarily here, Tim, but for me, again, Azuri had a wonderful game.
I was just going to say exactly the same thing. You're looking at a Sentinel player there, 25 and 18, you know, really holding down those flanks, but also playing them himself at times.
Oh, yeah.
Because he'd be out there on his own, just holding down a lane, preventing that push coming through, and then you'd see the opportunity come, boom, he pushes back in himself and picks up a couple. Really well played from Azuri.
It's unbelievable. It just starts to beg that question now, who's going to be the superstar of map 2 as well? When we get in towards Split, that's where you'd hope on the side of DSY. There are a couple of players there that are very comfortable going into that map. They're the ones that have got to now step up and make the difference. And I don't think it's going to be the usual suspects. We were talking about Element and Wacky. We've shown that Fecky can already step up. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few more superstars waiting and hiding as well.
There has to be. We've said this countless times. If you're reliant on one player, it's a matter of time until a map comes along, they don't pop off, and other people have got to step up. So, yeah, we've got to see it from everywhere.
Absolutely. For me, just one of them that, again, I'd love to see another map like that as well. So we really want to see up to 30 rounds of overtime again. At this point, I'll take it. Again, it's the first outing for both of these teams in this international competition against each other. They're trying to prove themselves. You either send the message of having a really good series where you get to see as much of yourselves as possible, or you get into a spot where it's a one and done and that's it, and you really show that you are the dominant force out of these two teams. I can't wait to see how Split goes. I imagine you guys can't as well. So let's go to a quick break, and when we come back, map will be ready. See you in a few. welcome back to the VALORANT Challengers Ascension EMEA. It's a real mouthful to say that. In the same way, this game has been a real feast so far. That first map, overtime, we did not expect to see such a turnaround in the second half from Desire, but they're really putting up a challenge here and making things good fun. I'm Des. This is Tim. One of my favourite lines to say. Tim, did you enjoy your first map?
I really did, and it went to overtime. What more could we ask for?
Not a lot more.
Not a lot more, and there'll be plenty more overtime coming from me and Des, don't you worry. I mean, you know, dare we wish for this game to be 90 rounds plus overall? Who knows, you know? I get the feeling that if either of these two teams is going to come in and be a bit more dominant here, I'm sort of expecting it from CGN. I feel like Desire had to really dig deep on that. I know it's their map pick that we're coming into, but I don't know if that's maybe going to have been a little bit of a wake-up call for CGN, where they just come away from that and think, right, down to business, we need to get this. You know, we've got to shut the door. We can't allow them to get into this.
It's the one thing I saw there as a difference maker versus what we see in like VCT, for example. Again, is where teams get to a point where they've got a 7 or 8 round advantage, and it's like, surely they can't come back from that. They'll hold on to all 5 ults, they'll bring them all out in one round, they'll buy everything they can and throw the kitchen sink at the other side, and normally it gets them over the finish line, whereas there, you saw a little bit of indecision, we saw Element bringing out his ult when others weren't ready to make use of theirs as well, and it got a little bit panicky, and that's what I think sent it the way it did. But Vince was the ultimate hero of the day, winning the 1 versus 1 closeout. Someone stood up when they needed them, and now they've got to try and do it all over again in map 2, hopefully with less mistakes. But equally for Desire, I'm hoping to see them come out swinging, because it could have been just the start of that last map. They were a little bit warming into things a little bit, weren't quite as ready as CGN are. Both teams have now had a map. They're ready, they're settled. This one should be even better than the last.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, I think Vince deserves the shout there as well, as you say. Picking up the 1v1 at the end, I commented, been a little bit quiet through the game, on and off, but that adds more pressure. It adds more difficulty to that 1v1. You know, maybe you've not been hitting your shots, or even if it's not been that, even if you've just been getting picked up on flanks, getting shot in the side, the back, you've not been as involved, you're not as sharp. It's like you've had your warm-up and then you've had an hour where you've maybe not been quite as involved in the fights as you'd like, and all of a sudden, you're in a 1v1. You've got to win it. Everything rides on it. And he comes out and does it. And, you know, what a way to deliver. And, you know, big props to Vince for that.
And to go back to Desire for a second as well, I really want to see them being more proactive, because where they really got shut down in that first half was being too passive, too defensive, and then just letting CGN drag them all over the map. Whereas the rounds where they were successful, the only 3 rounds they got in that first half, was them pushing hard towards spawn. It was taking the fight to CGN rather than sitting and waiting. And I feel like they've learned that lesson now, and I'm hoping we see more of it coming out on Split, that they are willing to get up in the faces of CGN and take the fight to them.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's decisiveness was the word that I used through the first half particularly, and that's where we saw CGN really on top of things. But the rounds where Desire were decisive, where they did take that initiative and push through and took the fights, like you say, they were the rounds that they did particularly well. We've got our agents coming in, so let's have a little scan through.
It's Element on the Reyna that I'm just like, wow, how often do we see that?
My eyes went straight to the Reyna. As you say, Element picking her up as the duelist on that side, but we've got a bit of Jet coming in. I think
it's such a difference. I mean, it's double duelist coming out for CGN, so straight away the aggression is there. On the other side, it's more about that double initiator, so making a lot of use of those flashes, trying to be disruptive. That could be a really good response, in my opinion, to that double duelist setup coming out from CGN. We'll see, of course, how it actually comes out for them. Straight away, you can see based on how often this map has been played as well, that for Desire, they've played it 4 times. We've seen this comp come out from them once. On the other side from CGN, yet again, they're kind of keeping things very shut and behind closed doors. I think on the last map we'd seen the comp before, but only the once. They are keeping Desire guessing here and having to do a little bit of work.
There's one stat that catches my eye there, Des. CGN, defensive win rate, 73.9%. Maybe we see some successful defenses here on Split. Come on, give us those defenses.
It's that kind of rock, that immovable object versus, you know, it's looking at it on the other side, 66% attacking win rate as well for Desire. Yep, both teams are good on the halves that they're starting on here, which is where it's going to make it a really saucy kickoff to how this game goes. But as we said a few times, international competition, it ain't like playing in your local leagues anymore. This is a different level of play. Let's see how it goes down. I'm really excited for this one, Tim.
It's going to be great. We, of course, as always, will be kicking off with the pistol round. All coming down to just down to the gunfights. Simple as that.
A little bit of pew-pew.
A little bit of pew-pew. At the end of the day, it's, you know, with a shooter, with any shooter, it's always the case. You go in and you win your gunfights, you're going to win more rounds than you lose.
I was curious to see what Element rocked out with here, because, of course, Reyna with the ability to heal up, to go invulnerable for a few seconds and get out of dodge. A real good like scrapper in these early rounds if you feel confident, which Element absolutely should. Straight away, all these players moving up on one. Sprints in for the first one. Finds it to a second. CGN sadly is a casualty in that scrap, but it has been explosive. And Desire are forcing their way in. This is what I was concerned about with Double Duelists just trying to charge their way through. But Wacky's in, doing a little bit of work. And on the other side, Benny and Element are nowhere to be seen.
Yep, great aggression. We asked for it coming into this game. Decisiveness and aggression, but Element manages to take out Wacky despite his preparedness. There's one win out on the fight, Element with another, and CGN have got themselves into a reasonable situation. 2v1, 2v none, as Zazie is going to be picked up. Final kill, and that is going to be Spike defused and a defensive win. All we needed to do was change maps.
Apparently so. All we really needed by the looks, it was Double Duelist as well, because it started so well for the attack inside. You know, we had Desire really starting to make moves. They got inside of sight. And then the Duelists arrived from heaven, came down like angels of death and just doled out damage, especially Element. 3 kills for himself there in that first round, off to a flying start on the Reyna, and I'm already terrified of just seeing that ult coming online 4 or 5 times in this half.
It's almost certainly going to be the case, isn't it?
If he's playing like he has done previously, absolutely.
Just going to be roaming the map for absolute free. Smoke will come out immediately there, just to prevent that push coming forward from Desire. And again, it's a good response there. Vince just recognising the aggression that was shown early on last time around and using those Nebula abilities just to try and hold them at bay.
Oh,
Triple from Vince, steps around, headshot after headshot, and does some serious damage to Desire. Spike goes down as well. He's gonna need collecting, and Wacky has got an awful lot of work to do. Azuri is going to be picking him up, and that is a similar start here on Split to the one that we saw back on Fracture. 2-0 to CGN, they start us off.
It's one of them. I mean, ultimately, you're running up with pistols against one of the best close-range weapons in the game. It's never going to end up pretty, but Vince makes it look easy. Peppers all 3, and Desire, I'll give it to them with the right sort of idea. Get up in their face, get close to those pistols. Just forgot that, sadly, Spectres are pretty damn good. But now we get that buy round coming out from Desire. As always, you're going to see CGN sticking with the guns that they had in round 2. This is kind of their throwaway round here to build up a good bit of economy coming into round 4. If they win this round out, though, it's a great way to break Desire once again, as we saw back in that first map.
Trailblazer sent out at the beginning there from the sky, just looking to get some information. Azuri is going to take down Wacky. It's been a heavy A-sided push coming in from Desire, but it's just faltered a little bit. CGN have been able to hold them back, have been able to delay, and that has just left Desire now pushing from towards mid, really, having to just try and move around the back of site. But as you can see, no joy there either, so they start moving back across, and there's just a little bit of that indecision creeping in for Desire.
Well, at this point as well, don't forget that Dejure did manage to pick up a rifle, so he's the one who's really looking to do damage. In fact, Benny has now picked up the Guardian, so he's in a spot to be able to challenge at long range too. But Desire know this. That's why they're trying to play for these longer gunfights here, not looking to charge on through, not trying to give CGN the close round advantage with those Spectres. I think Benny's actually in a pretty good spot where he can change between those guns if he keeps on holding that spot to dance between the Spectre and between the Guardian. But it's a bit of a long rotate coming out here from Zazie, out towards B.
Yeah, it just looks like, for a second, I wondered if it was just a little bit of a push towards B to see if there was an opportunity there, but I think it was just to bait it out, send a little bit of utility in, and at the same time, you gain that intel of knowing that there's no flank coming around behind you. So rejoins the main body of the force to push on towards A side.
Still managing to cuss a teammate, however, Azuri, again, the man of B-site. He was a ghost on the last map. Here he finds one before Tag, the man of the moment, shuts him down. And Desire are in a position here where they should be able to win this round out.
Just looking down towards Elbow, going to move through, picks one up at ticket. Shazam just looking to find anything more that he can. 2 versus 2, gets another. Surely the third is there.
Shazam wins. Oh my!
And what a finish from Shazam. Will pick up the defuse on the spike. And that is CGN taking round 3.
We mentioned as well, Desire were coming in then in such a good spot. They were the ones with the rifles, the one ready to do damage. And Shazam has just domed 2 of them at quite some range, making use of the Spectre. that obviously changes over and picks himself up a rifle, but what a closing 1v2 coming out.
It really was. Beautiful shot from Tag there on the long distance, but ultimately it's just this command of sight from CGN in there, just able to use those angles. Look at that absolutely beautiful 3K just to finish things off. 2 ults online for CGN already, and it is looking pretty good for them coming into round 4.
Crazy. Okay. I mean, 3 rounds on the bounce is not pretty. Desire now being forced into the eco. They've got a Spectre to their name and a couple of Sheriffs and really not much else. So you're expecting to see CGN come out on top in this round, but those Sheriffs can be so nasty in the right hands, and that is what they need to respect. God, this wall is weird.
Element just able to work around the flash there. Zazie did send it in, but just able to use that wall from the Sage just to hide behind, keep himself safe, and just going to be holding down in Garage at the minute as they try to push through. Is going to be the rotate coming in here from Desire as they push over towards that A site and look to get aggressive in towards A main.
Once again, they've got a fend off against the Viper wall. Isn't going to dissuade them for too long. Of course, doesn't last forever, but I don't think CGN have a full idea what's going on. They've sent 3 players in towards Heaven. They spot that no one is mid, and surely at that point, you get the idea as to what might be coming in next. They pop a star down as well, ready to drop in behind that wall, so there's another smoke ready to go. But there's 3 of them about to storm here in towards Heaven, and it feels like CGN are here at just the right time. Benny with the collat into a third as well. Like I say, they're at just the right time, and Desire, they crumble at the hands of Benny and Elements.
Absolutely decimated by Benny there. A beautiful triple. Second round in a row. It was Shazam in the previous round. Benny in this one, able to come in and just completely swing the round with headshots in this case. Beautiful from CGN. 4-0, and they are again cruising away with this. Absolutely
so
disgusting.
Horrible. You know, the thing is, if you swing too perfectly, that will happen.
Yeah.
Where you're like swinging literally in step with each other, perfect tandem, and you both get domed at the same time. Unfortunate.
Got to be careful. Got to be careful when stacking up and trying to push onto the same angle.
Ults are online now, so you'll be mindful of 2.
Certainly are. There's 2 on either side at the minute. You've got to say, I think in terms of playing the spike particularly, obviously CGN have got a potential real opportunity if Element can at some point use Empress to just push on into sight, get a kill or 2, and just really sort of build that attack, break that attack down as they try to push forward. They need to just recognize where that's coming in from Desire.
Very much utility ults on the side of Desire, I completely agree. So in execute, it's not really going to be their go-to. We'll wait and see, of course, how things play out. For now, it's the same story from Desire, where they're just feeling out what CGN are doing. And CGN have had to kind of be ready to adapt at a moment's notice to what's going on. At this point, they've got no idea that Desire have taken a different route in towards Heaven compared to last time. But they may well have a good feeling about what's to come.
Just looking to move themselves through ropes now and push on towards A site. But again, just a little bit tentative here from Desire. You just get the feeling they may be not 100% sure of exactly what they are walking into. They're walking in to an Azuri. Double Element gets taken down. But again, CGN just dominating here as Azuri picks up a third on the round. But the spike has gone down. Azuri closed out at elbow. And that leaves us now in a 2v2.
Of course, it's Becky getting the 3K in the round as well. And he has the ult to throw over the top as well. So they've got the ability to guarantee this goes down here in the back corner. He'll take a fair whack of damage. We saw that on the A site on the previous map as well. Hasn't gone down, but is dangerously low. Becky really challenging the gods of fate there. Ultimately can't hold on. CGN will make it 5 on the bounce, Tim.
Again.
Where have we seen that before?
Heavy cost for Desire. You know, the Rolling Thunder comes in, the ult's been used to get that spike down, and then they're not closing out the round, and that's where they've got to make sure that they're getting that value, Des. If they're going to use it, they've got to get the round.
Oh, such a shame as well. They were using it to guarantee they at least got the spike down, otherwise they were running out of time, which I'm all with as well.
It's fine, but you got to win the round. That's the thing. If you're going to commit it, you know, you've got to make sure that you see it through.
This is feeling very reminiscent. 5 rounds on the last map. Yeah, 5 rounds on the last map. We were 8-2 for Element. He's 6-2 here. Wacky was 1-5. Here is 2-5. So marginal improvement for the Desire side. This next round I'm excited to see because he's got the ultimate online. That is where he can do some work.
We've all seen the clips and the many montages of Jet players popping off with those blades, and if you're ever going to do it, now feels to be the time, after a timeout, to show that you can still fight your way back in.
Yeah, you've got to have that instant impact, really. I think, you know, let's try and look at the positive for Desire. Let's try and find some positive there. There was a 74% win rate. I commented on it. It was on the defensive side for CGN coming into this. You know, so yes, we would expect them here on Split, given those previous stats, to be coming in and having a good half. The real question mark for CGN this time, rather than being the defense as it was on Fracture, for me this time is going to be that attacking half. Desire need to do everything they can to get some rounds on the board here. They can't be going in at too big a deficit, but CGN, they are going to have to answer. Can they get the wins on attack?
And the battle is, I'll come back to the stat that we also had for Desire, right? They had like a 2/3 win rate, or 2/3 of the rounds they attacked on, they won. Oh no! That's ranked, Jet. We've all seen it. Heartbreak.
Benny with a big opener then, and yet again, advantage goes to CGN, 5 versus 3. Oh, Shazam on the reverse challenge, having absolutely none of it. Element with a double, and that is going to be a flawless round for CGN.
Desire tried to force it because they were very much playing a, I won't want to say a full eco round because they were spending a little bit, but at least here they've got enough for a full buy coming into this round. So they rely on the blades to do a lot of work for them, but as I mentioned, look, it's just one of those. Looking the wrong way for a start, and then turns, didn't realise that anyone this close, and it's a 3D. Unfortunate.
It is. It is. But Desire, they've got to find a way. They've got to find a way to get some rounds on the attack here. Like you say, it is the side that we would expect a little bit more from them on. It looks like it's going to be a push in towards A, but they've just got that pressure coming immediately through mid. I do. It's going through events now, just looking to potentially push up and get behind that Viper wall.
Yeah, and the nice thing is, well, they dropped a Spoke in the same spot where he died from last round, so there was no chance of being cheesed out this time round. So they made pretty much certain that he was definitely getting into ropes, which is now done. He's inside of heaven, but can he get the backstab? He might catch one for free here. No, he'd given away his position as well. Bit of a stinger. It's going to be tag finding one. Ult straight on top, the information being fed across to that team. Walls online, at least for a few seconds, as the double ding comes on through. But they are still not had the chance to find someone. They know as well that Wacky is inside of heaven. They heard him earlier.
Ooh, Benny managing to win that out, and it just looked like it wouldn't be the case as he taken down, but Wacky there for the trade, 3 versus 3. Veku's able to plant the spike inside a sight, and the fight back is on here from Desire, as it looks like they might just be able to get themselves the first round. It's 3 versus 1.
He could burn the ult for the res here. I don't think he wants to, though. He expects to win this one. Maybe if he wins his first gunfight. It's not going to happen. Wacky's online without the ultimate, but still online and gets his team on the board finally.
Exactly. Not a moment too soon for Desire, realistically. They could have done with that a couple of rounds ago, but it will just start to feed them back into things a little bit here. Let's not forget how map 1 went. It went all the way into overtime, but they were 12-3 down at a point and were able to fight their way back in. So there's going to be belief in this side. They're going to be looking at this saying, you know what? We did it on Fracture. We can do it here on Split. We just need to dig deep and start chaining rounds together.
Playing around with plasters, Tim. I've made a right mess of these. I cut my fingers during the break, basically, on accident. And I didn't realise only one side of it has got a soft padding on, and I've now ruined it for myself.
Excellent.
Rain is going to be so upset with me.
Well destroyed.
Anyway, let's see how this one goes. Again, this is the ropes push coming through. Wacky straight there, and this time, as well as the smoke, they've had a flash coming on through. So round by round, Desire are layering more utility in to make this push happen. And that's why Wacky's managed to really tear the map in half by getting into such a good position. He's got 2 players coming up behind him, and by the looks of it, they can rotate here in towards B. Heaven is clear. They're on a march on through, Tim.
Yeah, this is looking good for Desire at the minute. The rotate is coming through from CGN, though, so I'd just like to see Desire maybe a little bit more decisive, push through and push that advantage that they've managed to create, because otherwise they're going to find themselves caught in the middle, and that's exactly what happens there. They get caught in the middle, and Benny is able to step up and get 2.
It's another collat as well. They've just stacked up too close, and he's found himself 2 on the single spray. Makes it far too easy for himself and Desire. All right, they've got the 1. But, okay, I'll say they haven't got the 1 anymore because it's been rezzed up. CGN really wanted to guarantee this round for themselves.
30 seconds
I think
left.
it's good juice there. Just get themselves into that position. Vince manages to pick up Caden, and it is now a 2 versus 5. not looking good. Wacky manages to get something going at least. Picks up one, cannot find a second for Tag there, as it's going to be Azuri managing to find that. The spike does go down, but what a hold this is going to have to be, but absolutely not. Element from range says, I don't think so. Absolutely slams the last one alive. And that's going to be round CGN.
I think for a second there they were debating giving the disable over to Elements if he gets his ult online, but he's like, guys, don't worry. I am farming kills at the minute. I don't need that. Instead, probably a little bit better for CGN. 9-4 as well for Element. What a game he's having alongside his duelist friend, who currently sits at 9-2 as well. It really is the double duelist show coming out for the side of CGN.
It was just that big play from Benny at the beginning of the round. It was, again, I said it at the time, I didn't know if Desire had maybe just stalled out a little bit. They got themselves moved across. Like you say, they'd cut the map in half nicely. But what they allowed CGN to do was sort of converge back on them and all challenge at the same time. And Benny took full advantage, got himself a double, and it really powered CGN into the rest of the round. So for me, Desire, maybe the opportunity was there to just actually push directly in and just, you know, use that space that you've created.
Tech pause coming out here. We'll give you guys updates as and when we get them. But it gives us a great chance again to review where things are at. What I do really enjoy about CGN is the changing of who's playing what. And I thought this when I was looking at the stats yesterday prepping for this game. I was like, man, these guys don't really play fixed roles. I was noting down, okay, initiator player, ... sort of. Controller player, ... sort of, because they flex around quite a lot. Like, look at here, Benny in the last map was playing the Sage. Here he's playing Duelist. CGN in the last map was playing other things, and now he's on the Sage himself. So they're always changing around who's playing what role. They're not really playing like a pure Sentinel either. They've kind of steered away from that. Azuri is maybe the closest you get towards looking at things like the Viper, but that's more like the controller style play to delay on site than anything else. So I like how both teams have had a bit of variance in terms of what they bring. I think CGN are keeping it really creative across both maps, as we've already commented on. We've not seen Element play on the Reyna so far, but it just shows it doesn't matter what agent you stick him on, the man will fly.
Yeah, just looking at the way the economy sits at the minute, it's not looking good for Desire, and certainly a clear advantage for CGN, which is exactly what you would expect. 7-1, they've managed to get themselves into the position. Desire, the one thing they've got going for them at the minute, I think, is the fact that that round win at least wasn't a long time ago. But they've nothing going for them here. Desire manages to get the kill onto Caden and then throws that wall down and just blocks anybody coming through for a repeat as Yuri manages to take down Tag. And that leaves us again, CGN at a big advantage. Conquest will come in from the Trailblazer of Zazie, but just nobody there to back it up.
That's the problem, and the op was ready. Oh, Element looks away at just the wrong time, but here's Benny on the side swipe, finds two. Could find three if he's feeling lucky for himself, and he's got the assistance of two more members ready and waiting. Paint shells come out as well, so he might take a little bit of damage here, and Element comes in for the close. His ult comes online, and it feels, Tim, very reminiscent to map 1. The problem is, this one feels just a little bit different. I don't think the second half is going to go the way that it did back on Fracture.
No, I would agree with you. I'd be very, very surprised to see Desire be able to dig deep like that again. You know, I just wonder, and, you know, I don't know, at the end of the day, it's, you know, the players are the players, but you just wonder if, you know, how much has map 1 taken out of them? You know, they've had to dig really deep there. They were 8-0 down at a point, I believe it was, on map 1. They've had to fight their way all back in. You know, has that taken its toll mentally? Are they starting to feel a little bit fatigued and, you know, here we go again kind of attitude? You know, it's not going to be easy, especially when Element's going to come out and absolutely slam you at the beginning of the round.
He is having a hell of a day on that op as well. I say hell of a day, hell of a map. We didn't really see him play it back on the last one, but here he is flying. The whole team is. I mean, that last round, he saw the 3K from Benny coming from Ropes. The one thing that I look at there and just think's a bit strange is Wacky is charging towards Ropes in pretty much every single round supported by the team, and the one round that he doesn't is the one that they get really stung from that position. That's why this round they forced into it so hard and pushed their way right up. Benny maybe getting a little bit, I don't know, a bit trigger happy there with the ultimate, but Element with the op, he just simply does not stop. Second for him in the round, only 2 left standing is Tag and Feku, the latter of which we really haven't seen come online in this map.
Not compared to how he was as MVP in the last map. He's certainly starting to step up in this round, though. First it's Vince, and then manages to pick up Shazeon, so that leaves us 2 versus 3. Certainly doable for Desire, but let's not forget the onus is on them to get a plant down potentially. CGN can dip away and just play this a little bit deeper, and that's what's happening at the minute. We've got the Viper out on A, and then we've just got Element potentially rotating around to mid here, and they need to be very much aware of where that Reyna's position is.
Surely he knows. I mean, now they know because they're seeing the utility coming out. He's going to find one. It's a Jury.
Beautiful.
He don't lose these. Of course he does, and he finds both and guarantees the round for his team. Thought for a second we could see the Viper's pick coming out there, but opts to hold on to it. He can drop it down here at the start of this round and just say, A is not in play this round. Sorry, guys. Go towards B.
Fantastic play from Azuri there. Absolutely loved it.
As always.
Like, just the patience, like you said. Yeah, the presence of mind to think I could do this, but you know what? I don't feel like I need to. Just waits for that fault line to come through. You've got everything happening there. You've got, you know, Breach just really trying to push that. The aftershock getting sent in as well to try and just clear out anybody that's in behind maps. But no, Azuri's way over. Already predicted that. He's way over to the side.
Okay.
Takes his chance.
Last time we saw ranked Jet coming out from Wacky. This time round, it'd be nice to see something at least a little bit different. They're going straight up towards Heaven here, supported by Tag on the march on through. They've got all these ults online. Both sides do. This could get really explosive, Tim.
Certainly could. B is pretty much being held down by the Astra at the minute.
Of course, Benny.
Just going to be looking at that. They know that the push is coming in towards A. Benny gets a double, and CGN once again have got themselves a great lead.
So unfortunate for Wacky. It's twice that he's kind of been making these more mobile movements and then getting caught out mid-air by the other side. It's such a stinger. Just not really got anything out of that ult across his half so far. Still a spot really where it feels actually, I thought for a second CGN were going to clean house then, but Zazie and Feku still with a chance here. Got the one ult online as well, but you face up against three on the other.
This is the thing, and whilst you've got Azuri alive, you know, there's always that potential for seeing that Viper's pick come online if they feel like they just need to get it locked down. Vince is going to get taken out 2v2. You know, CGN could make that call to say, you know what, we're just going to use it, we'll lock it down, but they're not going to get chance now as the spike is going to be planted out on B, so it's going to be full retake time for CGN.
Element. He's got the up on side still. He's got the high ground. As long as they don't expose himself, they're in a pretty good position, but you just know he's going to draw someone into a gunfight in some way, shape, or form. Flash comes out, has the pistol out, and still manages to connect the headshot. Zazie then left alive out towards spawn side. I think Azuri's got a whiff that he's in here. They both seem to know. But as of yet, he hasn't stepped on fours, and here we go. The step forward begins. He might find one. Will he? He does indeed get the second as well. Into the Viper orb, the closeout comes in, and Desire will find their second round. Tim, we're heading towards a 9-3 half yet again.
Where have we seen that before? Great finish from Zazie there, just nice and cool, calm, collected. In that 1v2, you sort of, you know, you got to start feeling how is this going to work out? But no, manages to step forward, just times it fantastically well. It's the first gunfight that Zazie, that was a ridiculous shot. It's this first gunfight that Zazie's got to win when they step out of there.
Yeah, onto Azuri.
Yeah, at that point, you can then turn, you know where Element's going to be. So winning that first one onto Azuri was really, really big, and it was fantastic.
No big deal, just win a 1v1 against Azuri. Not a big thing. Whatever.
But no, Zazie doing a great job there, deserves the credit for that one. Desire... They've got to get this round. This is the one that you throw everything at.
I mean, literally, it's the last round of the half, and we've got 7 ults online to play. I know we keep on talking about ults, but
it's going to be wild.
It's going to be explosive, quite literally. Sure enough, Rolling Thunder out across site, going to connect onto 2, which is great use of that ultimate. Forces them back in towards spawn. So for now, at least, site is clear. Seeker's come out, connects onto a couple. That's site control established for the side of the Desire. Doesn't stop Benny finding one for himself, mind you. And now everyone else has got to rotate over to join. But watch out for the Cypher coming through ropes, by the way. He could be a real backstabbing towards Heaven.
Certainly could be 5 versus 4, and as you can see, CGN just sort of playing it back here. They don't want to get overly aggressive. The push is coming through from Tag. The opportunity's there, gets one, can't find the second. It's Shazeon that got taken down, looking for another, steps out and gets Element as well. And that is a great play from Tag.
They all really want to fight him, and he was ready for 3 and 4 there, but it's enabled his team to get inside the site and get the plant down. Caden finds one, and they're so worried about the damage this Cypher can do. Not that it matters, as they've already cleaned house. Desire get another 9-3, Tim. Do we see the exact antithesis of map 1 where it's not the attackers that come out 9-3, but the defenders?
Maybe Desire.
I love the patience here. I would have put myself here. As soon as he flicked around, I'd be like, oh god, oh god, oh god. But he gets away with it.
Maybe Desire just need their opponents to get 8 rounds.
Maybe.
Once they get 8 rounds, that's Desire activated.
That's the kill switch.
Yeah. That's it. That's when they come online.
Sleeper agents get activated.
Just wake up, that's it.
Well, there's still quite a hill to climb, as you can see. Every single player on the side right now is negative in scoring. And I know Vecchio earlier on, we were saying how really isn't stepping up compared to the previous map. He has warmed up the longer it's gone on. And we're seeing promise coming out of Wacky as well, who I know has had a couple of whiffed ultimates in that half, but is still staying competitive.
Immediate push out towards that A side, if anything, coming in from CGN. Of course, we're going to see something a little bit different. We've got the smokes that have already been deployed just to prevent that push coming forward too aggressively. That's going to be Caden that's playing those from the Omen. And then just looking for the challenge to come in here. Can't find it. Uses the dash to get out of dodge.
Definitely dancing with the devil there as well around Wacky, just trying to play the info collection game. And gets the info that he needs, not the kill initially, but finds it later. I'm sure they want that Sheriff as well. It'd be so nice to have on side. But you still got two players trying to challenge. You've got Zazzy and Vecchio nearby. Concuss comes out, and Benny gets caught straight into it, but has the smoke to dip back into. In a way, actually helped out there by Caden.
Just waiting, sees the feet first. Zazzy's going to find the kill onto Element, and that leaves us now in a 4 versus 4, but no real progress towards getting a spike down here coming in from CGN until Azuri manages to pick up tag, and that gives an opportunity now for the spike to be delivered right on deep into the A site, and that is going to be successfully planted. 3 versus 3 as Vince gets taken down.
If nothing else, just getting the dollar in the pistol round is great, but if you can translate this into a couple of rounds, you win the pistol, you win the second, the third maybe you lose because you're still playing with the guns that you had from round 2. That's where the conversation comes in that maybe Desire can get back into, but at that point they're staring down the barrel of an 11-3 scoreline with a massive hill to climb back on the other side. 3v3 though, and they've got to deal with Benny, who's having one hell of a map.
And continues to do so as he manages to find that out. Goes with the blast pipe, but he's not going to need it as the shot comes in onto Zazzy. Caden takes down Shazeon, and that leaves us with time running down as Yuri picks up the final kill.
Oh, wow. As Yuri's like 2 HP.
Win.
He had the classic right click around the corner.
It's beautiful.
Just put him down to such low HP, but I don't think anything connects onto the head, so not enough bonus damage to get Azuri actually finished off. This is where I start to worry, as said, because
yeah, that tells us a little bit about what we need to know.
It's pretty much going to guarantee, like I say, this next round is going to be won by CGN, because they're the ones coming out with the guns. Unless we see some magic coming out of Desire, it then becomes an 8-round deficit. Now, I don't want to curse it because we've already seen a comeback from that. But it's rare that lightning strikes in the same place twice.
That's the thing. It's the exception, not the rule, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, a comeback from that sort of scoreline is always going to be the exception, not the rule. We're going to have that toxic screen up right at the beginning there, as it was, I think, last time around as well, just to prevent that push coming in too quickly towards A.
There we go. March on through mid, much slower than what we saw coming out of Desire. Admittedly, don't have a jet on side, so it's that little bit harder. Force their way through the paint shells if they wanted to, but for now have got that mid control. And you can see the pings that have come out here from Desire on the map as well. They know where all the pressure is coming through. The big question that now comes is where are they going to go next? Are they going to go left and towards Heaven, right towards Ropes? So far the answer is left towards Heaven, and Caden's happy to take one of them to Heaven with him.
Just going to dip back as well, not going to push that fight any more than is needed, actually going to smoke it off and just prevent that push coming forward, but there's not enough prevention there as Element gets 1-2, just pushing in behind the Lear that was thrown before, and it's just fantastic use as Shazeon manages to get one as well, and that now gives an opportunity for that spike to go down.
Absolutely keep your eye on Rafters, because otherwise, why worry? They can't come pushing in through the Sage slow. At this point, Wacky's managed to get his way in behind them. He could be a real backstab opportunity here if he lines it up correctly. And the problem is, I think he's being watched from inside the deep. Yet Shazeon sees him. Now they've got to win the actual gunfights, and all he's got is a Sheriff to his name. It can do a lot of damage, even at long range. But it's a smoke that he's staring down, and this round has gone how we expected. Second round being won by the side of CGN, moves them up to 11-3. 2 rounds away from taking this series 2-0.
And they need to show us now the one thing that they didn't show us on Fracture, and that is the ability to close the game out. You know, the great teams are the ones that not only can get themselves to 10-3, they're the ones that can win 13-3. They're the ones that can just get it done, Des, that close the door, that once they've got that advantage, once they're on top, they don't give teams any breathing space. And that's what I want to see from CGN here is, you know, potentially even more aggression, just really take the fight to Desire now and just send a message, this one's ours and we are shutting it down.
I mean, you can see the confidence building up, even though we were talking about Split being, of course, the map pick coming in for Desire. It's definitely not going to it's not the dream start to Ascension that they were looking for if it carries on down this trend, but as we said, this is the round to fight back and win. But interestingly what CGN have done, so they haven't stuck to the guns they had in round 2, they've also matched up here with a full by themselves. So they aren't holding back and saying, okay, Desire, you can have this round. They want to steamroll through and guarantee a win here in round 3 as well. Really interesting and very aggressive and full of confidence.
It is, and once again, we've got Azuri playing around that toxic screen again at the beginning of the round and just preventing that push forward from A, coming forward from Desire. And there you go, that's exactly what he's looking for, just playing in and around that screen, watching his left, gets the kill, picks up Wacky. There is potentially going to be a second push coming through here, but again, Azuri just playing this so smart, either side of the barrier, and just waiting for the opportunities. The barrier's down now, but the position remains the same. Sazi, Kaden, they managed to get one apiece to keep Desire in this round.
Oh, the TP out.
Versus 3.
The TP out was so good as well. It's all down to Vince by himself. So, Desire in a really interesting spot here. Sure, it's a 2v1 and you assume they're going to win this. But they're in a spot where if they can win this one out, then they've actually broken the economy of CGN as well.
30 seconds
What a key spot that would be to be in. Now, Vince clutched out on the last map, Tim. Can he do it again?
He's going to need something big from him. It's 1 versus 2. He knows that there's one just playing up, looking to push it towards Rafters there, but I think he's again just playing those common positions. The smokes are really helping at this point. What a beautiful shot over the top of the first. Can he find the second? They know that he's in behind maps now. They know the pressure's there. And Kaden is able to play it patiently, wait for his opportunity, close out Vince and close out round 15.
Would have basically set his team up to close everything out in the next round with guns on side versus no guns for Desire. But Kaden gets the flip. They get the win. Neither team are particularly cash rich right now, so it might be a little bit of a strapped next round. It could be as scrappy as this round was. But Desire still at least showing there is still some fight in them.
I feel like economy played, quite a big part in the switch on Fracture, because it got to a point where we saw, that CGN was sort of scratching round after round for a good few in the middle, and it just helped Desire to chain them together. So it's something that CGN needs to be aware of here, as you say, just being put on the back foot a little bit. We see a few pistols coming along here to go up against those rifles. It's not going to be an easy round by any means for CGN.
Absolutely not. For either side, really, is the battle, right? Definitely more of a buy coming out.
No online either. There's a couple that could come on through this round, but
yeah,
still maybe not the ones
you don't look at Cadence as being a game changer on the defensive side to be able to TP across the map. It's not really his vibe.
Just holding the angle then. Viper of Azuri going to be pushing forward, going to be taken down by Tag, and once again, almost at an identical position to the last time that we saw it. Desire just start to find kills and start to come online. Element though, he shuts down Tag. Wow. Sazi taken out by Benny as well, and that leaves us now 4 versus 3. Spike going down.
Still a good spot to be able to 1, get a plant down, and 2, actually turn this one on its head to a 3 versus 3. It's not as clear-cut as it started. CGN have come out with rifles now too. They're ready to fight. They've got the res on side. Of course you get a Shuri back up. Why wouldn't you? I say that as he goes down, and so does Vince. Wacky in the right place at the right time. 3v2.
Benny and Shazayon, I think so far there's been a lot of kills between the two of them. They're definitely 2 that you would want left alive, and we start seeing why. Benny, he gets 1, he gets 2, and that is going to be almost job done. He needs a can't find it as Kaden picks up a double, and that's going to be Desire once again fighting back from the brink.
Kaden specifically again as well, winning out in the clutch. Woo! Keeping Desire in this game. If not for those couple of clutches they've won, this game would be done. We'd be wrapping up and going home to him at this point. Stay alive, at least for now, off the back of Kaden being a little bit of a miracle worker.
It's a long way for Desire to go yet, but that last game is certainly going to give them hope. They know what can happen if they can just get themselves that little bit of an advantage for a few rounds in terms of economy. It could well work strongly in their favour. 3 ults online for CGN, 4 for Desire, who, after 2 rounds successfully, choose to take the time out.
Ooh, as all the ults are coming online, as we've said. It's at that point, it's going to get explosive. Now, this is probably where I would... I think as CGN, you haven't got to panic, really, because, again, Caden's had 2 brilliant rounds there. He has dragged his team out of what felt like a really uncomfortable position where he's won 1v2s or 1v1s where on another day or another round he doesn't win them. For CGN, and where I think we're seeing discipline from Desire too, is learning from last map, where we had these ults being burnt needlessly and it was costing them the potential ability to amass them all online at once and make use of them. Yes. Here, both teams are learning from that, but it is leading to a massive swell of ultimate utility that's online that can really do some damage over these next couple of rounds.
Here we go then. We head into round 17. We're going to be kicking things off as we head out of the buy phase any second. And immediately look at that stack up from CGN out towards that A site. A lot of the pressure is going to be coming in there. We've just got the presence of Vince over on the B site. Just again looking to hold down that flank. Has just smoked off mid and is just going to be trying to keep things cool. A little bit of a back and forth going on there.
Yeah, Wacky really hoping to catch them off guard there as well, but I think CGN just starting a little bit passive, a little bit safe. The key difference being that he spotted a couple of players, quite a Wacky utility too, and knows what's coming, but Benny's come up for the swing. Bit of a trade coming on through then. Benny has been exchanged out, but he did find a player on his way through. Wacky's the one that's been taken offline. I
think Tag able just to get on the far side of that toxic screen was a little bit unexpected there, and then was able to just slip back through, take the little bit of damage, but it doesn't matter because he's taken 2 kills with him. Vince is going to take down Caden, and that leaves us now in a 3 versus 3.
I love this, but it's behind the wall. And I think Tag had to check just to see how the hell he hadn't killed him already. The wall kind of being the lifesaver there for Shazam, is now working his way on through. Now getting hacked. Oh my God, he's been revealed for basically the entirety of the last 15 seconds. And now they know where he is once again.
30 seconds
Just needs
left.
that support from Element to try and keep him safe for the time being. Shazam looking to potentially get it down. As you say, the ult is going to stop for the time being. Slow Orb comes out, kills going either direction. Zazzy picking up Shazam as the last, and that's going to be a 2 versus 1. Element, we know, can make the plays. The Aftershock is just going to force him out of position. Zazzy manages to find the kill, and that's going to be Desire. They take another.
They do.
I think we know how this story goes, Des.
Surely not. Surely not. Again, discipline being shown by CG on the ult this time. That is the difference to the last game. My bother is it's not round 12. It's not going to guarantee you a win. It guarantees you get close, but it doesn't guarantee you everything. And each round that you lose at this point, you are just padding out the economy more and more for the side of Desire. Now, the blessing probably is these rounds are actually coming down and being quite close. So 1 round win can be enough to shatter the economy and all but guarantee you a win as CGN. Look at this. Like even here, like full save. They'll lose this round, and then probably next round massively invest and go for broke.
More than likely, Vince is going to pick up Zazzy, and that leaves us with a Zuri to pick up Tag. Somehow they're winning it, Des. Forget about going for broke. They're going for the win here, and now it's 11-6. They're looking to push themselves onto that match point round if they can get this done. 5 versus 1. Woohoo! Becky has got a mountain to climb.
In a really weird way, they've surprised. I don't think Desire fully expected a whole eco coming out here, and they've gone aggressive to try and shut down CGN with rifles in the early round just to catch them off guard, and instead have walked headfirst into a bunch of sheriffs that have taken 3 kills away, have set CGN up really well for the next round. This could not have gone any better for the German side.
Well, this is it. CGN have now grabbed themselves a couple of rifles as well. So, like you say, not only, you know, if they come away with the gunfights, they're also looking into that little bit of an advantage for the next round as well. And at this point, there's very little that Becky can do realistically as Yuri's going to take him down. It was more a case of who rather than when, I think. And that is going to be round 18, taken by CGN. 12-6 now, and puts them on to not just map point, but match point.
Match, series, everything. Correct. It would be an amazing start for CGN. As said, we saw
it really would.
Brilliant prowess in the first half of the first map. The second one definitely shows there's some work to be done, a little bit of discipline to work on as well. But again, a good start against Desire. And for that first sort of showing on the international stage, I'm sure Zesht especially will be delighted. I will not hear the end of it tonight once the show is done. Of that, I can guarantee you.
Toxins going up.
Here we go then. What could be our last round here. We're going to have the toxic screen straight up again. And that's just going to allow Viper of Azuri just to play from the bottom there and prevent that push round from the defenders. But at the minute, I think a little bit of attention sort of towards mid at the minute as CGN just decide which side is going to be the one for the push. They're going to take out the Prowler as it comes across from Sky, but that is going to reveal their position. Out comes Guardian Light, there's the flash, but nobody really there to swing afterwards. There was the breach that was in position, but Veku just couldn't find the angle.
Ready and waiting. Azuri, as we know, just solid as a rock. And it's got two big players ready to challenge. There we go, Wacky. He'll finally make the ultimate workout. Gets himself the one. Still 4 more to find.
There is an opportunity potentially here to push through into B, moving through Heaven now. Our CGN all there together, stacked up. I'm not sure if Desire are aware of this or not, but it's likely to be a spike plant by the looks of things as Element looks to push on into site as well. And they've got themselves there. Shazam's going to put it down. Benny manages to find a kill, 4 versus 4.
Benny is having a terrifying map. You've unleashed him after playing Sage on that last map, and he's really showing what he can do here. Stepping in for one more at Shazam to bring down Caden. No clutch potential coming out of him this round. Benny into yet another. This one looks to be done. Wacky could yet be the saving grace. In he comes on the charge. All still online, but 3 players to find. Looks for the one, can't find his man. Benny's got the ult online as well. This looks miserable, Tim.
2 knives remaining on that Blade Storm. Does manage to find another kill onto Benny, but it was an immediate trade. And that leaves us now in a 1 versus 2. It's all up to Tag. Goes in, is going to look for the half defuse, but no, taken out by Shazam before he can get anywhere near. That is going to be CGN picking it up 13-6 and taking down Desire inside 2 maps to kick things off here at Ascension.
What a series that turned out to be as well. Map 1, back and forth, overtime, like dominance by both teams. This second one, despite it being Desire's map pick, I think we really saw CGN come into throne and get comfortable there. Benny, especially for me, I can't wait to see the kind of numbers he was putting up, because that was one hell of a map for him.
I think he might be the MVP.
Oh, I've got no doubt. Zero doubt that he will be the MVP, but that double duel is comp. They hadn't seen it before, Desire. They couldn't have the chance to kind of study it, but my God, CGN showed up with it.
Or I will say, if he's not the MVP, then I'm looking forward to seeing who is, because they are going to have some real numbers if they've beaten Benny out there. Because as you say, what a map he had, just really came online. You know, for CGN, and this is what I said coming in. If you remember, you said, you know, we've had the look at Element versus Wacky, but you've got to look at the depth of the team and who else can step up for them. And CGN coming into a map that wasn't their own, they only had a 50% win rate on it. They needed somebody to step up, and bang, it was Benny. And what a performance he put down.
25 and 10. Unsurprising there that he sits at the top of the pyramid.
Just the 2.5 KD.
Yeah, and exactly. I'll give it to Veku as well. You know, second map in a row that he's come out as MVP. Sadly, his team couldn't get it done on the day, but I think there's some real promise in the Desire side as well. Veku is spoken about constantly. Tag, although it hasn't been like consistent when he steps up, he's looked real sharp.
Yeah, absolutely. Well. Tag's impressed me.
I would like to see more from like Sassy, for example. A little bit invisible, it felt across those 2 maps. So there is some tweaking to do, but it's far from, you know, over. It's not done. They've still got the chance to bounce back into things here, though. It's going to feel hard knowing some of the competition in their group.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's been a great start overall. You know, obviously we've watched the games previous to this, but first game that you and I have cast, it was enjoyable. We had some big clutch moments. There was some great standout play. You know, it's sort of given us a bit of everything.
Absolutely tons of fun. Now, we don't want to hog the screen here. Of course, you guys want to see some more Valorant. So over on the A stream, we still got Falcons coming up against Gentlemates. So let's tune in and we'll catch up with you guys tomorrow.
Cool. They lost Whalers as well.
30 seconds
I
left.
hate this round. If this was a closer first half, I would be extremely excited by what's happening here. The fact it's 11-2 on the scoreboard, and the fact that it somehow feels like Gentlemates can win this. Let's keep in mind, Logan's on 17 HP, and he was when he went for that incredibly risky, I'm going to call it, be very generous with my phrasing, incredibly risky peak. Now he's got Bayaz covering for him as he tries to punish the short peak. There's a low player up in heaven. Recon has actually caught him. The low player is the one to fall. Now it's a harder clutch for him in closing out these final 2. The headshot down. There's a real chance for Bayaz here. The recon, and he won't win the fight.
Good job, Khaled.
I find myself rooting for Falcons in a play like that. They can lose this series, but not like this, and thankfully,
you know it's
bad
bad
another.
when Mitch is biased against the French team. That doesn't happen very often.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't.
This is a man that had a, what was it, lock-in? KC to get to the top 4.
Top 4.
Yeah, I think the only phrase you can use there is piss off. Like, it's just ridiculous.
We all make mistakes in life, Tom.
Oh no, I meant they showed the wall
shot?
bag. They showed the wall bag again.
Oh, you were going hard.
But
on
also,
there.
also your
But also it stands. Wow, 11-3.
I wonder if KC
chances
is just
for
going.
Falcon.
I know we didn't want a duelist, but how much do you think it would cost to bring back Takas as well? Because bear in mind, I'm pretty sure they already had him.
I'm wondering if we can actually get a check-in on Tux. He gave me a confidence rating for Falcons to win this whole thing, to get the VCT EMEA slot, or to make it to LCQ.
Wasn't it 30%?
30%. I'd love to get a check-in if that 30% has changed, even before this map is over. Because then if they came back,
yeah, that was for them to ascend.
To ascend,
yes.
Exactly. To elevate.
To get themselves the
Hello?
You know, maybe this is the start of something.
Let's go, Ma. He's been really impressive in a lot of these fights. Whenever it's grounded gameplay, I think when he's part of the machine of Falcons pushing into sites and has a role to fill, it's a little bit haphazard, but that's everyone. When he's on his own, he is able to deliver. You see the competence of him as an individual.
Yeah, I think he has a very good read on the game, especially when he's got his utility down to control the variables around it. And that's something that I think, as said, that's why this composition could work, is when you have someone like him who is good enough to do that. The thing is, at the moment, that's not been the problem.
For sure.
It's been the stuff around it as well.
Yeah. And those things, they're not easy to fix. They're the sort of thing that maybe, I don't even know if I believe series to series, with a couple days in between, you'd be able to turn that around. So it's hard when the games are compressed, as they are. 11-4, not an easy scoreline. Falcons, though, in with a bye. What they're up against on the other side is a bye with 2 ultimates. And when we see Takas pull out a Blade Storm, we see him pull out a round win. That's how it's been so far.
Yeah, I think the bigger problem, genuinely, for them as a roster is that he is their controller and
he's going.
their sentinel.
He's sending it. Doesn't have the dash online, so he can't quite close the space in the same way with the Blade Storm, but you can see they want to close this out here and now.
Takas has taken that space. They're all going to be closed. He's trying to find an angle to get that initial fight, and already you've seen the switch up of Alvar to watch into mid, but this has all been a ruse. Nice work from Mo again. A double kill. His teammate ready on the cross. He's gone out way too far. If you can TP, you don't need to stand in the open.
Yeah, I think he jumped as he was doing it and didn't jump backwards, so that's not the way you want to do that.
He's made the clutch attempt a little bit more impressive now.
A bit more exciting, especially with Logan
even
going
more
down.
impressive. Left on to Takas. Not a man you want to
winnable.
peek one by one.
Everybody needs to go together on this one. Do not give him a chance.
Nice.
He's being revealed. He's staying in the same position. Even popped out by the recon. Still good for one more. Only the wall bang to help him out. That could have went very badly wrong.
That's the thing. If you have a dart and a horn online at once, and it's a 4v2, and he still gets 2, you kind of go, like, they know where he is. It doesn't seem to matter at times. Yeah, definitely a bit more dicey. Like, Mo initially does an incredible job. This is definitely a mistake out of Whalers, something he's soon going to want to forget. And then you can kind of understand the rest. Like, Logan trying to take a risk to get them back into the round doesn't pay off. And now we've got Gentlemates taking a timeout. I like it. You lose 3 rounds in a row, one of them being versus Pistols. You're going to be feeling a little bit frustrated, and you're going to want to give Existence that extra chance. And that's the thing. I think although someone who in prior games has been an incredible IGL, the prospect of Existence as coach has been something that people have talked about for a very, very long time. Like, it was mentioned on the desk that a lot of the players that we currently have within Gentlemates are ones that fell out of other teams, that fell out of big organizations, some, in fact, that made it into the sort of league system, and they didn't want to keep those players around. You're looking at the Tank, you're looking at Takas, and now have been built back up. If there was going to be someone who could elevate those players to the next level, it's going to be Existence. So at 11-5 up, he's taking a pause, and I wouldn't be surprised if this next round is going to be something a little bit different.
You have to wonder there, Takas had a rifle previous round. He could buy up here, but the Blade Storm, it was a leading charge, but not able to find the same sort of reward as before. And I think you can give credit to Falcons for tucking away when they saw that bit of aggression come out of him from trying to keep him back with utility.